never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News.
Authorities are searching for a 42-year-old convicted bomb maker who escaped from a Nevada prison where he was serving a life sentence for a deadly 2007 explosion outside a Las Vegas strip resort. Governor Steve Sisolak ordered an investigation into the incident. Officials did not realize until Tuesday morning that the man was missing. The House January 6 committee scheduled for Wednesday has been postponed because of Hurricane Ian. The hearing was anticipated to be the last before the committee releases a final report of its findings and recommendations by the end of the year. Switzerland's glaciers are melting like never before. This is all according to an academic study released found. With their ice volume declining by 6% this year amid rising concerns about global warming and a summer heat wave that swept across Europe. The Department of Justice seized an estimated 10 million fentanyl-laced pills. This is according to the Attorney General and DEA Administrator. Attorney General Merrick Garland.
We seized over 10 million fake pills and 982 pounds of fentanyl powder, enough to kill 36 million Americans.
Firearm Groups has filed a legal challenge against California gun law modeled after Texas vigilante anti-abortion legislation. Governor Gavin Newsom explicitly called out the Texas law in July when he signed Senate Bill 1327, which allows private citizens to sue the makers and distributors of firearms that are banned in California. This is USA Radio News.
This week on the Greenstock Journal, we're looking at public companies dedicated to environmentally friendly alternative energy sources. Blue Biofuels, trading under the symbol BIOF, has developed and patented a technology that can convert ordinary plant materials such as king grass, sugarcane bagasse, and farm waste into sugars that are used to create ethanol and sustainable aviation fuels. Blue Biofuels does this in a CO2 neutral and environmentally friendly manner. With the Ukraine war leading to grain shortages and record-high corn prices, Blue Biofuels offers an alternative to corn-based ethanol by using plant-based waste. There are limitations in the amount of corn available for fuel, whereas there is sufficient plant-based feedstock suitable for the BIOF process to replace half the fossil fuels used in the U.S. Technologies like Blue Biofuels could be the answer that brings about a biofuels revolution, producing billions of gallons a year, making green energy production finally a reality. Do your research now on BIOF.
For more on this story, visit greenstockjournal.com. greenstockjournal.com.
South Korea's Joint Chiefs of Staff is reporting North Korea has fired numerous ballistic missiles toward South Korea's eastern waters on Wednesday. The aggressive move comes a day before Vice President Kamala Harris is set to arrive in South Korea as part of her trip to Asia, which will include a stop at the DMZ. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Veteran journalist Katie Couric has announced that she was diagnosed with breast cancer a few months ago. Couric had surgery in July to remove a tumor from her breast that she wrote on her website was, quote, 2.5 centimeters, roughly the size of an olive, and underwent radiation, which ended Tuesday. She went public with her experience because she stated that it was a teachable moment she hopes will save lives. New federal data suggests that there are not a lot of teachers applying in K-12 schools. More than half of all public schools in the country reported that they were understaffed at the start of the 2022-23 school year. This is according to the National Center for Education Statistics, the research arm of the Education Department. It comes just weeks after the White House announced its most serious effort yet to help districts fill teacher and school staff vacancies. This is USA Radio News.
David was in big trouble with the IRS.
At first, I didn't owe that much, but after this year, it was out of control.
Then David called Get a Tax Lawyer.
Right away, they were like, oh yeah, looks like you're qualified to say
Get a Tax Lawyer went to work.
Should have called way sooner.
Get a Tax Lawyer has helped thousands like David fight the IRS and get a fresh start.
Call 800-745-3070. That's 800-745-3070.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All righty then, time to do it again. All right, made it through hump day, so hey, we head down to the backside of the work week as we transition into a Thursday Another page on the calendar, 29th day of September coming on here. As we anticipate rolling into October. My, where does the time go? Hope your week's going well. As we kick off another 5 hours of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, our secret bunker, headquartered Southwest Ohio. That looks like a cool night. Hanging at 55 outside the bunker at this hour. It's going to be another low in the lower 40s tonight. Hey, we've got frost advisories in place once again, even some hard freeze warnings. Tonight, Michigan gets in on their first hard freeze. Much of the UP of Michigan, northern portions of lower Michigan, chilly temperatures. But of course, the big story, a little bit of trouble in paradise. Yes, Philip, one of our friends there in Florida, has said on more than one occasion, the price you pay for living in paradise is you, from time to time, have to deal with the likes of devastating hurricanes, and this is a bad one. I think Governor DeSantis has already said Ian is going to go down in the books as one of the top 5 hurricanes to impact Florida. States of emergencies have been declared now for Georgia, Virginia, the Carolinas. As they tell us we could be looking for another landfall. Probably sometime maybe Friday as we head into the weekend. The 11 p.m. update from the National Hurricane Center. Ian remains inland over central Florida at this time. Yeah, the eye is no longer evident on satellite or radar imagery, but it continues to have a well-organized cloud pattern. I believe the 11 p.m. update, it has dropped to a Category 1. Still looking at 90-mile-per-hour winds, though, near that center of circulation. Now, we're assuming a decay rate similar to what was given from some of the previous models. The lack of pressure observations from surface stations, the central pressures estimated, kind of using a blend of wind pressure relationship models and things of that nature. But Ian is going to continue crossing the northern portions of Florida tonight, continuing to drop torrential rains. If you haven't seen some of the video, the flooding that had occurred. So I skip back here. Ian actually came ashore officially as a Category 4 at about 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Yeah, just south of Punta Gorda, Florida, near Pirate Harbor. Yeah, they've endured catastrophic storm surge, inundation, destructive waves. That's ongoing in the southwest Florida coastline. Now, those hurricane-force winds continue to spread inland through central Florida, near the core, through early Thursday. And the heavy flooding rain is going to continue overnight. We're already seeing some double-digit rainfall totals in parts of Florida. Yeah, beyond what Ian does as far as pummeling Florida, this thing's going to continue to spread flooding rain, coastal impacts, damaging winds northward, as yet another landfall, as I mentioned, in the southeast is becoming increasingly likely, according to meteorologists. States of emergency for Georgia, Virginia, the Carolinas in advance of Ian's arrival. Yeah, the tropical storm watches and warnings, as well as storm surge warnings, have now been posted. Overnight, we're going to see a quick loss in wind intensity on into Thursday morning, as Ian is expected to slow down, continuing moving inland over Florida. Now, despite the fact that it's going to be downgraded on the Saffir-Simpson wind scale, the impacts continue to worsen and expand its reach across the southeast. No matter how quickly it loses wind intensity, the tropical rain is going to impact more than a half dozen states between now and Saturday. Now, forecasters caution Ian's center is looking now more likely to move all the way across the Florida peninsula, emerging over the Atlantic maybe later today or possibly Friday. Should that occur, Ian may drift off the coast of northeastern Florida for a period of time before turning back and moving inland once again. Now, depending on how long that center's able to spin over the Atlantic, Ian may be able to regain some wind intensity. It's not out of the question Ian could become a hurricane once again before it heads for the border of maybe Georgia or South Carolina. Now, given the current track, the most likely timing for a second landfall is Friday afternoon into Friday evening. There is a large swath from Georgia to Virginia that will be looking for 2 to 4 inches of rain from Friday through this upcoming weekend. That persistent stream of moisture, the warm Gulf Stream waters in the Atlantic will fuel higher rainfall rates. Some areas along the coast may see 12 to 18 inches of rain. We're talking areas of coastal Georgia, portions of South Carolina. Another location that could experience higher rainfall totals compared to other parts of the Southeast would be the southern Appalachians. Tropical moisture is going to be streaming up the mountains. That's going to enhance the rainfall. Could see a pocket of 4 to 8 inches of rain over western North Carolina. The potential for similar rainfall, areas northward on into parts of Virginia and West Virginia. Forecasters not expecting a widespread inland flooding disaster, but they do caution those living throughout the region need to be mindful of the risks of flash flooding. Roanoke, Virginia, Raleigh, Charlotte, North Carolina, Augusta, Georgia, all areas that could see several inches of rainfall. Then Ian's going to slow down over the southeast. As long as it maintains some forward speed, the rain shouldn't be over the top. But if Ian stalls, and some of the models are saying it might just do that, it could stall over the southeast for a day or two, which could really ramp up the rainfall totals. Following some of the updates in recent hours via AccuWeather and the Weather Channel, the teams that are on the ground, I guess it was about by 9 p.m., it had been downgraded to a Category 2 storm, but was still packing 105-mile-per-hour winds. By 11 p.m., down to Category 1, with 90-mile-per-hour top winds. Going to continue to lose some of those winds through the overnight hours. But, the flooding is incredible. Lee County Utilities has issued a system-wide boil water notice due to the impacts from Hurricane Ian. The city of Fort Myers in Lee County, Florida, has even issued an emergency citywide curfew that went into place at 10 o'clock this past evening. I believe that's slated to be lifted at, 6 a.m.? I have to get the final numbers on that. According to the Centers for Disease Control, though, residents under a boil water notice are advised to use bottled water or boil tap water when bottled water is not available if you're planning to use it. Governor DeSantis updated residents with a press conference this past evening. Ian will likely go down as one of the largest storms to ever hit the Sunshine State. This is going to rank in the top 5 to ever hit the Florida Peninsula. Kind of comparing Ian to the likes of 1992's Hurricane Andrew, recall? 2018's Hurricane Michael. The fact is, we're going to have damage statewide. He also took time to thank the 26 states that have sent resources in support of recovery. Tennessee, Virginia, Montana, even New York, and as far away as Colorado have been sending resources down there. He also pointed to the Florida Disaster Fund as a way people around the country could help for recovery once the storm has finally left the state. Hurricane Ian inundating Charlotte County to the point that local law enforcement suspended emergency response. One of those, if you called 911, we can't get there. The perilous conditions. All they say is, we're asking you shelter in place, stay off the roads. until we're no longer experiencing these hazardous conditions. Bill Waddell, the extreme weather chaser, was on the ground throughout the day. Once again, live from Punta Gorda Wednesday evening, covering the backside of the storm. After things were calm in the eye of the storm for a while, I went right over him. Waddell was surprised by the remarkably sustained wind power on the backside of this system. What's really remarkable with the storm, the sustained winds seem to be more powerful and more constant actually on the back end of the storm. Usually it's the other way around. What else did we have? We'll get updates from our friends at AccuWeather through the overnight hours. Anyone thought about the ripple effects of this? I hadn't really taken a lot of time to consider this could have profound impacts on the already struggling supply chain in this country. Energy, power, the cruise operations, what all comes out of Florida? What kind of impacts might we be seeing all over the country? We'll try to delve into some of that coming up here. Around the country, our number 844-844-3388.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, some of our listening friends checking in via the Facebook. Larry on board. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe out there, everybody. Todd checks in from East St. Louis, Illinois. 49 degrees at this hour. Hello to Joe. Joe Self, Morning Steve, and all the Overnight Drive crew. 54 degrees here in Winchester, Virginia at the midnight hour. Ian might be messing up my much-anticipated Florida vacation next week. Right now, I guess I'm just going to have to wait and see, but everybody have a good night. Trying to remember, I think, Joe, aren't you heading to Panama City? I think Panama City should be all right. Matter of fact, my sister-in-law and brother-in-law are going to be heading to Panama City this weekend. Matter of fact, they were asking me about, you think we're going to be seeing any impacts of the storm? I think it's Panama City should be all right. Now, people with plans and vacations, throughout the heart of Florida, obviously those plans are probably going to be severely disrupted. Have to wait and see how much damage is done, how much flooding impacts, how long is it going to take to get the power restored. Pappy on board, 48 degrees in southwestern Hamilton County. So the storm hits. Waiting to hear the latest from Steve Summers in the Overnight Drive. Everybody hammer down, be safe out there. Again, prayers out to Florida. Hunker down. Now there's Eskimo Mom on board. Hello from Troy, Ohio. One of those nights that someone in the warehouse has cranial rectal inversion. My normal load was canceled. Then as I got out for my local, my load's now back on. So I'm headed back to grab that trailer and then head out. I guess, in other words, you're getting a delayed start to your evening. Is that fair to say? Hello, Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning, Steve. 44 degrees in Moline, Illinois. A very special one-night-only shout-out to the Black Peterbilt earlier today on the West Virginia Turnpike, who asked if I was the bull hauler on the Steve Summers Show. Yes, driver, that is I. What a deal. You never know who you're going to run into out there, do you? All right. Hello, Lauren. Timothy checks in. There's Frank from Florida. What part of Florida are you in there, Frank? Give us a full report. Yeah, Jacksonville's getting hit hard right now. All right, Frank said he's Webster, Florida. Okay, thank you. Heat wave on board. Morning, headed for Southern California tonight. Sandy, hello from the Tampa area. I'm thankful to still be here after the storm. Thank you, God, for another day. You know, do you think, Sandy, we talked earlier this week about, are there supernatural forces that have been protecting Tampa for over 100 years now? With all those models depicting you were in the crosshairs, a direct hit for the first time since 1921, and again, as the case has been for 100 years. This storm takes a right-hand turn and spares Tampa from the worst. All right, I mentioned, what are we going to, the ripple effects. I hadn't really thought a whole lot about this. The economic effects from this storm are going to be felt well beyond the storm zone. We're looking at severe disruption to supply chains, from the flooding, the power outages, the wind damage that's going to likely stall factory and farm production, impacting freight movement to a major port or several major ports, airports, highway, and the railroads as well. That Tampa to Orlando corridor is a chock block full of huge retail and e-commerce distribution centers. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, Typhoon Noru is similarly upsetting supply chains in Southeast Asia as it barrels across the South China Sea, making a beeline toward Vietnam. All right, so we know Ian made landfall, major flooding. Now, this could impact up to 2,800 manufacturing firms in the aerospace industry, automotive components, heavy machinery, chemicals, and plastics, as well as about 7,000 healthcare products in pharmaceuticals, medical devices, diagnostics, and other fields. Everstream Analytics, which uses predictive software to help customers like Apple and Schneider Electric to manage supply chain risks, said this past day even a couple of hours of downtime at a major production site or industrial zone means additional time making repairs, spinning up machinery, restarting work. Now, this group maps customer supply chains and gives early warning of potential disruptions, and they tell us Ian's impact may be much wider and long-lasting. More than 4,500 factories, warehouses, and distribution centers that produce or distribute about 74,000 parts for everything from electronics to chemicals are in this projected storm zone. According to FreightWaves, nearly $20 billion in revenue is at risk just from companies that Resolink monitors. Now, companies in other states could face shortages of truck capacity in the coming days. Many motor carriers are going to be shifting resources to provide logistics support for the recovery efforts through FEMA, humanitarian aid groups, and state governments. It'll take an average of 9 weeks for business to recover in the pre-Ian run rates based on historical experience with similar weather events. What suppliers in this network are communicating. Production and shipping ability could be hindered by damage to buildings, damage to equipment, inventories. Obviously, the length of downtime is going to be influenced by whether businesses have alternative sites or maybe some redundant manufacturing. A lot of times people sort of know where the warehouse that they placed their order is, but they don't know where the factories are actually located and how the different factories connect to their own supply chain. That's really important because if companies are not monitoring their suppliers that are in Florida right now, 3 weeks later, you may have a critical supplier that says, hey, remember that hurricane? Well, that actually knocked down power, and my factory was down for 2 weeks, and I can't ship you nothing right now. I can't ship you. When you've got companies who know they have factories in the region that they're picking up the phone right now, even before the hurricane made landfall, they know exactly how much inventory they have, where it's at, and they need to start to control and allocate right away to control the usage. But if you're not aware, and 3 weeks from now, you're going to be too late. Hadn't thought about some of the impacts. More from FreightWaves and other potential disruptions coming up. Right now, let's get a news break as we hit the bottom of the hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Authorities are searching for a 42-year-old convicted bomb maker who escaped from a Nevada prison where he was serving a life sentence for a deadly 2007 explosion outside a Las Vegas strip resort. Governor Steve Sisolak ordered an investigation into the incident. Officials did not realize until Tuesday morning that the man was missing. The House January 6 committee scheduled for Wednesday has been postponed because of Hurricane Ian. The hearing was anticipated to be the last before the committee releases a final report of its findings and recommendations by the end of the year. Switzerland's glaciers are melting like never before. This is all according to an academic study found. This is USA Radio News.
I need 4 more of the biscuit carnitas, 2 burnt end platters, 3...
The kitchen at Kai's Barbecue is firing on all cylinders.
Greg, help me bring these to the pickup counter.
He needs food runners who can hit the ground quickly.
86 on the chicken and we're short-staffed. Let's pick it up.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you overwhelmed with credit card debt and unable to pay your bills? Has your income decreased or have you lost your job? At Credit Card of America, we offer a free, no-obligation consultation to learn how you can cut your payments by up to half and potentially lower your interest down to 0. Credit Card of America is an A+ rated company that will work on your behalf. We've counseled over 1 million consumers struggling with debt just like you. Call now for a free, no-obligation consultation and learn how you can become debt-free. Call 800-291-3818. That's 800-291-3818.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping? You meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesmaned the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. Again, 844-844-3388. Hello to Terry on the USA side, not our Canadian friend. He sends me an email. You hear all this talk. Climate change. 95 degrees. Oh, it's climate change. 5 degrees. Oh, it's climate change. Rain, snow, hurricane, tornado. Give me a break. That's all I want to say. Everything's climate change. Right, like these things have never happened before, right? I mean, This is a big storm, so it's going to go into the top 5. Well, you know what? That means there's storms that have been worse than this in the past, some of which were many, many years ago. Anyway, September 29th, he said, happy birthday to me, 66 years. I never thought I'd make it this far. Well, happy birthday, Terry. Enjoy your 66th birthday. All right, we're talking about the supply chain impacts. Again, things, some of which most of us probably doesn't even cross our mind. Everstream Analytics says the sector in Florida that's facing the biggest harm will be agriculture. Yeah, this storm is going to cause extensive crop damage ahead of the harvest season, which starts in November. I was wondering about the citrus crops. Well, there's the answer. Concerns have increased as the storm the shift further south toward more of the orange-producing counties. South Florida produces 70% of U.S. citrus. The winds could bring down the oranges before they're picked, and the fields could be flooded. Now, as Ian moves north, it's going to degrade the cotton crops, the soybean, the tobacco production in the southeast. Truckers face the possibility of less business if there's reduced crop volumes to move. And obviously, we could all see higher prices, exacerbating the already high inflation. Now, transportation constraints, power outages, high water are going to paralyze traffic on major highways, especially the likes of Interstate 4 and Interstate 75. Expedited trucking. A company called Sterling Transportation said their shippers should expect delays due to facility closures. It may hold cargo at origin instead of sending it into the storm until the conditions are safe to do so. Vessel traffic is already halted before the storm. Port Tampa Bay and Seaport Manatee, that handles large quantities of steel, fertilizer, and other non-containerized goods, they all shut down on Tuesday so the workers could secure the equipment and the vessels could get out to sea. Port Tampa Bay specializes in imports of food and beverage products as well as fuel. Now, Port Miami's 2 main container terminals closed on Wednesday, and Port Everglades in Fort Lauderdale has stopped accepting inbound traffic with the expectation of high winds as the storm passes to the west. Now you've got the ports of Savannah, Georgia, and Charleston, South Carolina, that have now issued advisories that tropical storm force winds may impact their ports, and it may even be hurricane force winds now with the latest model predictions. Depending on the path and the strength, those ports could be forced to shut down as well. All 4 ports handle large amounts of container traffic. Railroads have not revised their schedules yet, but they're monitoring the conditions. As for air cargo, Tampa International Airport, of course, shut down at 5 o'clock Tuesday. Orlando International shut down at 10:30 this past morning. Delta Airlines said no cargo can be picked up or delivered Tuesday till after midnight at many airports in Florida, including Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Tampa, and Orlando. That service stoppage is probably going to change as the storm's path becomes clearer, which that would have been ongoing through the past day. But then we said the other side of the world, shippers with global supply chains are closely tracking Typhoon Noru, which has strengthened, is headed toward central Vietnam after slamming through the Philippines. Everstream Analytics is warning of major disruptions to industries such as transportation and agriculture, with the key logistics hub of Da Nang expected to take a direct hit there. Well, Vietnam has closed airports. Hundreds of flights were canceled on Tuesday, according to Reuters. So more supply chain disruptions in the offing. And I wonder how much damage, boy, the citrus growers Yeah, they're in Florida. They've taken one hit after another, after another. Yeah, whether it's freezing conditions, some of the blight on some of the orange trees. This may be the end of the line for some of those orange grove farmers. Yeah, they're in Florida with Ian. All right, we'll get to the calls here in a moment. Hello to Buckeye Boy, checking in from Ackworth, Georgia, with 55 degrees this morning. Had a good day, rested after my delivery. Yeah, through the traffic in Atlanta. That's never pleasant. Everybody running into each other. Anyway, after my delivery, I got home. Yeah, I took a nap, finally. Kathy and I went to dinner with the grandkids and their parents, had a good time. Got a good friend that lives on Amelia Island, just north of Jacksonville. They're hunkering down to ride Ian out. Wife's sister talked to their brother that lives in the Villages. She asked if they were all set, and he said, and I quote, yeah, my emergency kit is a little different than everyone else. I've got a bottle of Viagra, 2 bottles of vodka. Okay, that's all you need, right? What a nut. All right, have a great night, everybody out there, and be careful. Daniel checks in. Good morning. 64 degrees here in Burlington, Washington tonight. Gilligan on board. Hello, Steve and the fellow listeners. A cool 53. Clear here for now at the Speedway in Martinsville, Virginia. Buckshot waving a hand at you. Hello to the Hot Shot Nation. Just starting a 3-day work week. Headed to Vegas, Needles, and back to Fontana. I'm going to take the weekend off. Going to go see the Kid Rock show this weekend. All right, enjoy that. Yeah, 5-7 on board there. Copy the mail. And one more. Sandy says, I heard from a coworker on my job that the legend is the Tampa area. The land was considered land, what did you call it? Consecrated land by the Indian tribes that used to live there. And it's a holy ground. Yet they've got some of the Indian mounds. There's still some there, they say. Yeah, that's what I was referring to earlier when they talked about, are there supernatural forces, the Indian mounds? She said, I don't know. I wouldn't wish this storm on anybody. Cass said St. Peter protects Tampa and St. Pete's Beach and the city of St. Petersburg. Well, maybe so. 16 before the hour. And Horse Feathers on board. Hello, Horse Feathers.
Morning, Your Honor. So I got a message there from one of my baseball fans there. It said something about 61. Did you hear anything about 61 overnight there?
Oh, what's his name? That was the ball player, right? Judge.
Yeah. So apparently, before he went out to hit 61 or something, he tipped his hat to his mother. I guess it's a pretty class act that he is out there. But now, remind me if I remember right, when Roger Maris broke the home run, season record there at 61, wasn't it Babe Ruth's record or something like that he broke was 60, and wasn't, if I remember right, something like that. And didn't they put an asterisk next to his name because he got a longer season to play in? So they, that when he got the 61 number, they said that, you got 61, but you didn't do it in enough games. So is Mr. Judge here, is he going to get an asterisk next to his name as well? Because I'm sure they play well more games now than even when Roger Maris broke the record.
Right. Well, you're asking me sports questions, and I'm not the sports aficionado. Somebody out there with more sports knowledge.
Yeah, I don't know if I was asking you or if I was just putting it out there.
Just asking the question in general, yeah.
Yeah, right, yeah. But anyways, so here's a question, because you're not, you talk about the transportation and freight industry and everything, but here's a question for you. Now, we always hear trucking companies and freight people, when they set up loads going down to Florida, they have to set up a rate so that they get paid to get to Florida and usually get back out of Florida, at least back up to Georgia or somewhere else to get their next load, because there's no freight that comes out of Florida. And now you've just done all this reporting saying how much how much freight's going to be held up and mess up the supply chain and all that.
Yeah.
I understand the agriculture. I know the agriculture's down there, but for general freight and that, it makes it sound like you're going to have the whole country messed up. But when you try to get a load out of there, you can't get a load that pays anything. So I don't know. Maybe the freight rates aren't right coming out of Florida. But
I think Amazon has a whole bunch of distribution centers down there in Florida. Who knows how much impact that might have?
Yeah. Well, I gotta jump out here and start doing my work. My man just showed up. So
All right.
I'll catch you all a little later.
Got business to tend to. He's working. That's multitasking, right? All right. Good to have you on board there, Horse Feathers. All right, we'll get 844-844-3388. Back into
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
There you go. Got a Thursday coming on here. Working our way into it time zone to time zone. Of course, it's another opportunity to win $1,000. TNCradio.live. Of course, we'll have 2 keywords coming your way this morning before we wrap things up at 5 a.m. Eastern Time. Additional keywords coming your way 10 a.m. and 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Yeah, of course, every keyword is an entry into the day's drawing. The $1,000 daily driver bonus from TNCradio.live and Hot Shot Secrets. Flight cancellations, right? There's a whole lot of this e-commerce. I mean, yeah, I know we've got a Amazon hub here in Cincinnati, and I don't know how many flights per day come in, but on many days, the flight path takes it right over our secret bunker here. And yeah, plane after plane, you see Prime. That's all the Amazon products. Now, think of all the container products that come in at the ports there in Florida. They go from the port then to the Amazon distribution centers. Then they're put on flights to other hubs all around the country. That could be big impacts. Airlines canceled nearly 2,000 flights yesterday morning, and they've already scrapped more than 1,600 flights for today. American Airlines Group and Southwest Airlines among the worst hit. Of course, with some airports, including Orlando International, that have halted operations. UPS said that services in Florida obviously will be impacted, but they plan to continue providing pickup and delivery service as conditions will permit. And in some cases, those conditions aren't going to be there today. Prior to the storm's arrival, several folks had questioned, is this going to have an impact on some of the offshore oil production? Realizing most of that is over off the coast of Texas and Louisiana. Apparently, there was a bit of impact, though. BP had evacuated personnel and halted output at their Nakika and Thunder Horse offshore production platforms in the Gulf of Mexico on Monday this week. Now, since then, they've been working to redeploy some of the offshore personnel after determining Ian was no longer a significant threat to those platforms. Chevron also had removed staff from 2 offshore Gulf of Mexico platforms. Occidental Petroleum and Hess Corporation said they had taken precautions ahead of the storm's arrival, implementing storm procedures. They didn't really give any specifics. Customers of some utilities, including Nextra, Florida Power and Light, Duke Energy Corporation, were affected by outages as well. I did get the full report on what the anticipation is. How long may some be without power in Florida? Don't just expect a few hours, or in some cases, maybe even a few days. According to Florida Power and Light, in some areas, it may be weeks. I mean, we're talking about possibly having to rebuild major sections of the grid, and it may take days or weeks. We'll tell you more about what Florida Power and Light had to say this past day coming up here. First, let's get back to your calls and heat wave. Good morning, Senor.
Good morning, Senor. How you doing today?
You know what? I'm thinking I'm doing a lot better than the poor folks in Florida. How about you?
Yeah, I'm high and dry up here in the Continental Divide in New Mexico, that's for sure. Yeah, that folks like Captain Ron, I was was on the Facebook with him earlier, and I asked him how he was doing, and he says, well, he's trying to stay as safe as best as he can, and he is around the Tampa area, I think. And then Phil, I'm not sure where he's on the eastern part of the state, I believe, isn't he?
I think he's about 20 minutes west of Daytona Beach.
Okay. Yep. So, I mean, he's going to be right in smack dab in that path. I mean, either directly or indirectly, but I mean, he's going to be hit too. So,
yeah.
If those two guys are listening, man, y'all just stay safe and be sure you got your water wings with you on the in case. Yeah, I tell you what, this push for electric cars, solar panels, the windmills. Well, I wonder what the tolerance is for the power wind power generators. What is the tolerance for the blades and for the stand itself? I mean, I'm sure it has a pretty high tolerance for something, but I mean, as a Cat 4 going in, I mean that's still a lot of wind, and the solar panels. Well, I guess they're going to have the dirt cleaned off of them, but damn, if you don't have any sunshine, you've got no power. And speaking of power, well, now how are you supposed to charge your electric stuff if you got no power and it could be up to 2 weeks? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's going to work out real well. But what do I know? I'm just as a Snyder representative said one time, well, you're just a damned old truck driver. So what would I know? Oh, Lordy. Did you hear the latest faux pas that Uncle Joe said?
Yes, asking a dead woman to stand up.
I don't guess she's going to be here tonight. I don't see her.
Mm-hmm.
Well, hell no, you're not going to see her. She's 6 foot underground because she got killed 2 months ago.
Yeah, the press secretary was bombarded with questions about that from the media after that, and she tried to brush it off and whatnot. But yeah, I will tell you a bit of what she had to say. But everybody caught that.
Well,
I mean, the woman's been dead over a month now.
Yeah. You know, and they have got to stop covering for that old man and just say, you know what, we really need to do Article 25 and do cognitive testing to make sure that this guy is either fit to be the leader of the free world. Well, I say that loosely because he ain't no damn leader. He just sitting in a high spot. You know, but the sad thing is, then you got Giggles, and who the hell wants to have that person running the country? So thank you, Democrats, for putting us in a really big, bad bind. But, you know, just as much as we think that they are wrong, they look at us and say we're evil.
Yep.
And, you know, as long as they're in power. We got ads here in New Mexico for the governor. And the Republican nominee has openly stated that, yes, he is against abortion. And he also says, you know, and if you have to get one, it's got to be within 15 weeks. But he also understands that if it's rape, incest, or if it is a detriment to the mother's health, you know, like, say, a tubular pregnancy or whatever, you know, he understands. And he says, you know, it shouldn't be up to a politician to make these decisions like the governor has done. And just as soon as the Roe versus Wade was overturned, you know, she went ahead and says you can have abortions up to the minute of birth, which I think is wrong. The Republican candidate has said, let's put it on a ballot and let the state the state people vote on it. Well, the head jackass of New Mexico comes out and says, oh, he wants to take away your right to have abortions. And, you know, you just hear the ad prior saying, yeah, he's against it, but it should be up to the people, not by politicians.
And that was the plan with the Supreme Court when they overturned it. Let the people decide. Send it back to the states. Hey, I got to get my news break. Top of the hour. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. North Korea has reportedly fired nuclear missiles.
South Korea's Joint Chiefs of Staff is reporting North Korea has fired numerous ballistic missiles toward South Korea's eastern waters on Wednesday. The aggressive move comes a day before Vice President Kamala Harris is set to arrive in South Korea as part of her trip to Asia, which will include a stop at the DMZ. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Even as some parts of Florida's coast experience a catastrophic surge of seawater over their shores, Hurricane Ian has pushed water out of Tampa Bay, leaving it less than a foot deep in some spots. The phenomenon, reminiscent of what occurred during Hurricane Irma in 2017, is likely to last only a few hours and could suddenly reverse with damaging results. The outward flow is sometimes referred to as a reverse or negative storm surge. In Florida's Lee County, on the Gulf Coast, Sanibel Island and Fort Myers Beach have seen tremendous damage, County Manager Roger Desjardins said. Public Works crews have not been able to begin clearing debris because conditions are still too dangerous. A curfew went into effect at 6 p.m. Insurance companies and analysts said it was far too early to estimate the property damage from the storm, but they offered a sense of what they were expecting. Loretta Waters, a spokesperson for the Insurance Information Institute, said that many insurance modelers estimate that the damage could end up anywhere from $20 to $40 billion, numbers that may shift depending on the storm's path and strength. A spokesman for Citizens Property Insurance, a state-backed nonprofit insurance company that represents about 13% of Florida's property insurance market, said that the organization expected to receive about 225,000 claims. The estimate, he added, will change when Citizens gets more information after the storm. This is USA Radio News.
Stress, it never seems to end when you owe money to the IRS. What about the years of unfiled tax returns? Have you tried another tax service and gotten nowhere? Then you need Tax Alliance. Why? Years of being A+ rated with a Better Business Bureau with no consumer complaints sets them apart. Call 800-987-1097. That's 800-987-1097. Don't wait until the IRS attacks your wages, bank account, your home or pension, and even your Social Security check. Tax Alliance specializes in IRS tax relief programs, including the Fresh Start Initiative, which can finally free yourself from IRS debt. Their tax professionals can file returns, fight the IRS to substantially lower your IRS debt, or possibly even have it forgiven. If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes, have unfiled tax returns, or have a payment plan and are still frustrated, call 800-987-1097. That's 800-987-1097.
Tax Alliance, your tax resolution solution.
Hurricane Ian continued to batter the Florida Peninsula with a catastrophic trifecta of high winds, heavy rain, and historic storm surge. Wednesday evening, even as it weakened to a Category 2 storm, the National Hurricane Center said. Amid widespread flooding, property damage, power outages, and water rescue calls, and with the slow-moving hurricane inching inland hours after making landfall along Florida's vulnerable western coastline, officials across the state continue to issue dire warnings to residents to stay inside. The storm surge along the west coast of Florida has peaked, and it's beginning to recede as the storm moves inland, according to the Hurricane Center. However, water levels are quite high in those areas still, and so it will take some time for the water to recede, Cody Fritz, storm surge specialist at the National Hurricane Center, has warned. Police in Oakland, California are actively searching for a suspect involved in a shooting at a school Wednesday that left 6 people wounded. 2 of the victims are in critical but stable condition. It happened on a campus that houses 4 different schools, including a high school and a middle school. And all of the victims are adults, and all are affiliated with the campus. Oakland Assistant Chief of Police Darren Allison says when officers arrived on scene, they immediately began making entry into the school.
They began looking for any suspects, any victims, attending to victims, while at the same time escorting students and staff out of harm's way.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
Hi, this is Joe Cordell with the law firm Cordell & Cordell. When the prospect of divorce becomes a reality, you need a partner that you can count on. If you're a man in this situation, consider contacting Cordell & Cordell. We've helped men navigate complex legal matters for 30 years.
Contact Cordell & Cordell to schedule an appointment with one of our firms online at CordellCordell.com. No representation is made that the quality of legal services to be performed is greater than the quality of legal services performed by other lawyers. Online at CordellCordell.com. CordellCordell.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, welcome back. Round number 2. Here we go. Yeah, I mentioned the power grid. The top executive at Florida Power and Light kind of advising folks this past day, warning residents in the path of Ian. We expect, quote, life-changing effects from widespread catastrophic damage to the state's electrical grid that will take days and in some cases weeks to fully fix. Speaking on a live stream from the Palm Beach County Emergency Command Center, President and CEO Eric Salagi said, we expect we will have to completely rebuild sections of the electrical system, given the massive size and winds of Ian, plus the extensive rainfall and flooding that the forecast was this is going to generate. Now, he said that the damage will not be limited to coastal areas that take a direct hit. We're going to see it along the full path of this storm as it makes its way across the state to the Atlantic Ocean, where it's expected to emerge Thursday. There are sections of our territory we will not be able to repair. We will have to rebuild, he says. I cannot stress the difference that's going to make. Rebuilding may take many days or weeks. Now, only a couple of hours after he spoke, the number of customers without power in Florida was well past 1 million. It is now right at, I believe, over 2 million without power. The numbers continue to grow. It was 1.9 million a little before 10 o'clock this past evening. I could pull up power outage and see where we're at right now, but we know the numbers are going up. In Lee County, that took the brunt of the landfall, nearly 90% of electricity users were without power as of 9 p.m. Now, he stressed, however, Florida Power and Light, which was kind of criticized after past storms for slow repairs and poor preparation, we are ready to respond. I've seen some of the photographs. There are there's thousands of utility vehicles stationed throughout the state. We have stationed 19,000 workers from 30 different states at 37 various locations across the state of Florida. We've got storage houses, thousands of electrical poles, breakers, transformers, and other equipment, including thousands of miles of wire. We've been running drills, preparing for a storm of this size and potency. We've been preparing for this kind of event for quite some time. It's a huge undertaking. This is like deploying an army. Now, once the storm passes, crews and drones will rapidly be dispatched to assess the damage, determining needed repairs. We will have rotating crews working 16-hour shifts to ensure repairs can go on around the clock. The road ahead is going to be challenging. We will work 24 hours a day until every last customer is restored, he said. And as he was speaking, the eye wall was making landfall over around Fort Myers. He noted that crews had already been dispatched to make repairs as some of the storm's bands from earlier had made their way across southern Florida and the Florida Keys. We continue our work in between the feeder bands to get the lights back on, and that's going to be the process throughout this event. Whenever we can get out there safely, we will be out there restoring power. But yeah, I could only imagine. Yeah, you're going to have some of the major transmission lines, especially on that West Coast, that are going to be brought down, the big towers and things like that, that you can't build those things overnight. All right, back to Heat Wave. Let you finish up here. Yes, thanks for hanging in there.
Thank you, Senor. Appreciate it. Yeah. What model showed the exact route that this hurricane was going to take? You never hear of the European model anymore. What do? Take that out because it was too accurate in showing up the American models, or what?
I mean, I don't know how many models there are, but there's a boatload of them. And yeah, there were some models that were bringing it in further to the south where it came in. But you notice how the forecast all week long, I mean, going back to Monday and Tuesday, we were talking it's going to be all the way up in the Big Bend area. And then it kind of gradually shifted down. Now it looks like maybe Tampa is going to be, and ultimately a whole lot further south than they had been predicting. And also they were saying as the storm moved northward, it was going to get more wind shear. It was going to drop down, maybe just a Category 1 when it came ashore. Hell, it was Category 4 when it came ashore.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I understand that it's basically a guessing game and they're predicting. But, I mean, with all these years of meteorological, training and statistics and studies, you think they'd been a little bit more accurate with this one. Well, anyways, getting back to what I was talking about with the governor's race here in New Mexico, just as soon as the Republican commercial is on, they play the Democrat response, and it is just absolute malarkey. The Republican says, let the people decide. He says, yes, I am against abortion, but in certain instances, it needs to be done. And the Democrat response is, he don't want you to have abortions. He is against them. And he applauded the decision to take away or to ban abortions by the Supreme Court. And it's like, for an uneducated person, they're going to be confused because the Supreme Court did not ban abortions. But this is the lie that Nancy Pelosi has told her party. You can lie as much as you want as long as you win. And with nobody fact checking these people, listen Facebook, listen YouTube, fact check these people that are coming up with these ads, and if you want to do a job, you got plenty BS to go through with all the political ads up here. Ah, good night. I mean, as soon as I hear a Democrat ad, I just turn it off. Turn off the radio. Listen to something else. I mean, it's just such aggravating nonsense to listen to. Now, we've even got our Republican candidate is actually a weatherman. And he had political aspirations. 2 years ago, he ran for U.S. Senate and lost to Ray Lujan, one of the worst. Well, any Democrat in the state of New Mexico ain't really worth a hoot in hell. But he lost to him, and I guess it was a 10-point race there. I don't know. It is just amazing how this works out. But anyways, there is a sheriff's officer that says the guy is good at doing weather and telling us which way the wind blows. He's not qualified to be an elected official or governor. And I'm thinking, you know what? He's got a degree, a college degree, like all the other supposed politicians out here has. What makes this sheriff's officer from Bernalillo County the head sheriff?
The authority on who's someone who can say who's qualified to be governor. Yeah, that's why the people are supposed to decide.
Well, Bernalillo County in New Mexico is the most highly populated area, and there is down I-25 you have Valencia County, and it's got two pretty good sized population areas. And then up north of Albuquerque, you have Sandoval and Santa Fe County on I-25. So, I mean, Bernalillo County, has a lot of swing and a lot of sway. But, I mean, if that's all you're going to be griping about is, well, he's not qualified, then what in the hell makes that guy qualified to make this about someone else's qualities?
Right.
Qualifications. So. But anyways, I'm sure folks are tired of hearing me droning on. So, Senor,
good to hear from
you. Have yourself a good day.
All right. Yeah, looking at the current radar, Jacksonville, rains are going to begin moving in Orlando's been getting pummeled. It looks like things are finally beginning to wind down. The rains have pretty much come to an end down toward Cape Coral. Rains should begin to push off to the east of Tampa. The coastal areas, the rains have stopped there, at least what we're seeing on the radar. Still got torrential rains right through the heart of Florida. Some of the heaviest rains are still yet to move in across the Orlando area. And, of course, this thing's just, I believe it's only crawling along at like 8 miles per hour. So it's going to be all night long. The rain. People are saying, when will these rains end? It's a slow mover. All right. And, of course, you could still see some more build back. You got those bands that feed out the outflow. You could see rains off and on continuing to move in and out of the Tampa area. But long night for people in the northern half of the state there. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, what's going on as we roll into a Thursday? Get back to the calls ahead here at 844-844-3388. Mentioned Amazon there in Florida. Here's the scoop. Amazon has about 10 fulfillment centers in Florida, pausing operations in some locations. They said we're monitoring the hurricane, making adjustments to operation, trying to keep warehouse staff and, of course, our drivers safe. Had more than 100 Walmart and Sam's Club stores closed. Target said they've temporarily closed or adjusted hours at all locations that are in the immediate path of the storm. Disney World, of course, closing their theme and water parks for yesterday and again today. While some of the hotels were set to be closed through Friday, a spokesperson said the attractions that will be closed on Wednesday and Thursday include Animal Kingdom, Hollywood Studios, Epcot, Magic Kingdom. Comcast Corporation's Universal Resort and SeaWorld also closed yesterday and again today. How about the cruise lines? Walt Disney Cruise Lines announcing Tuesday that they've canceled the Disney Wish ship that was set to sail this Friday. Carnival Corporation canceling 2 of their Thursday sailings due to the port closures, while also calling off a few stops on certain ships that are already out at sea. Obviously, all these cruises having to adjust itineraries. Pretty much the same scenario from Norwegian and Royal Caribbean. Drugstore retailer Walgreens Boots Alliance said Florida pharmacies can refill medications for a 30-day supply without permission from a doctor or other prescriber, except in cases of controlled substances. All right. We mentioned agriculture, food. How about fertilizer? The fertilizer maker Mosaic Company said all of their Florida locations have been secured. Yes, some fully evacuated, minimal staff at other sites. Employees at their headquarters in downtown Tampa and other locations in Florida are working remotely, they say. The agribusiness Cargill closed grain processing, salt packaging, starches, and sweetener facilities in the Tampa area. They also shut an animal nutrition facility in the Kissimmee area. Purdue Farms, which makes, of course, chickens for meat, was preparing sandbags, checking generators, making sure the farms had enough feed, adjusting delivery and processing schedules as needed. So everything's kind of in fluid motion there in Florida. Hey, who we got next here? Eagle checks in. Good morning, Eagle.
Okay. Yeah. Can you hear me now?
We got you.
Okay. Yeah, Steve. Yeah, I want to talk about this hurricane situation. You remember a couple of weeks ago, Steve, I told you that I made a road trip down to Florida with a load down to Miami, and I like what I seen when I was in Florida.
Yeah.
I was thinking about moving out of Texas. You know, after the day, after what happened in Florida today, I think that's going to be Florida's going to be off of my checklist. I don't think that's a good move because, like I say, what's left of Florida, I hate to see what it looks like tomorrow morning, Steve. It's not going to be a pretty sight.
Yeah.
From what they saying on TV, when the sun come up tomorrow morning, it's not going to be good. It's not going to be good. It's not going to be good at all. So, yeah, I think I'm going to have to cross Florida off of my list of potential places to move. But you know something, Steve? I want to say something tonight, and it just goes to show you how stupid that these Democrat people are and how much of low-life scumbags some of these people are. I don't know if you've been hearing about this on the internet or on social media, but they got something out there now. They saying that because the governor of Florida, you know, because he shipped those people up to Martha's Vineyard and, you know, was shipping these immigrants and stuff. And not, like I say, this is not my opinion. This is what these losers are saying on the internet. Because you already know I'm not a Democrat. They're trying to say, some people are saying that this is God's wrath on Florida, on the governor of Florida for doing that. That's how stupid these people are to say that this hurricane is due to the fact of the way he so-called mistreated these immigrants, which is nothing but garbage. But like I said, these Democrats, they look for any reason to try to take him out of the political race. They don't want to see him run for president, nor do they want to see Donald Trump. So now they figure they got another reason. And, you know, I got to, you know, as much as I hate to say this, Steve, the governor of Florida, him and Joe Biden don't see the eye to eye. They don't particularly like each other. And I heard that he had waited a long time, but he finally made the phone call to the governor of Florida and said that he was going to give him whatever he needed, after the hurricane is over, tomorrow, and military and whatever else is needed to try to get Florida back on track. So I got to give Joe Biden credit for that. At least he was man enough to do that and not turn his back on Florida, So I gotta, as much as I hate to say it, he did the right thing on that deal. But something, Steve, here's the deal. After they had the hurricane in Louisiana last year, back-to-back hurricanes in Louisiana, and I heard other places, you know what I think? I don't know if you probably can check on it after I hang up with you, but I've heard that some places were thinking about putting the electrical lines underground, so maybe this wouldn't happen, because they saying right now 2 to 3 million people are without power in Florida right now. I don't know if the power would go out if the lines were under the ground or not, but some people have suggested that even before this hurricane came, that maybe instead of putting them above ground, they need to put them under the ground, and maybe they can avoid having all these power losses, in this situation. Because it's going to be a long time, like you said, Steve. It's not going to be tomorrow or 2 or 3 days for some of these people are going to be without lights. It might be 3-4 weeks, maybe a month, maybe longer than that for some of these people who have some power. So if you ever been to Florida before, you say you have, you know how much the heat and humidity is down there in Florida.
Yeah.
And can you imagine how humid it's going to be in the next couple of weeks once the sun comes back out? And you don't have no air conditioner, and you don't have no way to cool your home if you got a home. And then you got to deal with the mosquitoes and everything else. It's going to be a living hell in Florida the next couple of weeks. What you say?
I'm just kind of chuckling. Yeah, it's going to be tough for some of the. It's going to be a difficult southwestern portion where that eye wall came ashore, and not just the coast. Keep in mind, it was Category 4. I mean, that thing had ramped up to 155 mile per hour winds before coming ashore. I mean, so you endured hours of those winds, and gradually increasing, but they were still 90 mile an hour winds still as of 11 o'clock. About 2.5 hours ago. Yeah, the power numbers, it's right now 2,249,000 plus. And the numbers aren't going down. They're continuing to go up as that wind field continues through central portions of the state. Yeah, difficult night. Going to be some difficult days ahead for Floridians. But most of the people that have lived there a while, they know this is always a possibility. You keep your fingers crossed. You hope and pray that a big one doesn't come in. You might go 10, 15 years not being impacted. But eventually, the law of averages catches up. And for many, this is their first big one. News break on the Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. In a recent personal essay on her website, Katie Couric says she was diagnosed with breast cancer in June on her 8th wedding anniversary. A 65-year-old journalist reveals she has since had surgery to remove a tumor, along with radiation treatments, and with her final round of radiation coming on Tuesday. She says she's feeling fine, and one of the points of the post is to remind people to get regular mammograms. She was 6 months late on hers because of the pandemic, and Roger Maris has now got company. Aaron Judge hit his 61st home run of the season Wednesday, tying Maris for the most homers in a single season by an American League player. Barry Bonds, Mark McGwire, and Sammy Sosa each passed Maris between 1998 and 2001, but because of their links to performance-enhancing drugs, many consider 61 to be the magic number and the all-time record. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com.
Have you heard? The United States Mint has issued the Morgan Silver Dollar for the first time in 100 years. Not only that, but they are also minted in 99.9% pure silver for the first time ever in history. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 175,000 legal tender silver dollars were issued. These Morgan Silver Dollars are brand new, bright and shiny legal tender coins minted by the iconic Philadelphia Mint. Just call 1 1-800-888-7630 and you are guaranteed a new 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. The first time in history this has happened. But with limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. If you order now, you will receive a free collector bonus, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new Morgan silver dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at HotShotSecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I don't know at what point you make a determination to set out in your boat to cross the Florida Straits, trying to get to America from Cuba illegally. But you would certainly think any people in Cuba had to know. I mean, they were just hit by this hurricane several days ago. But apparently, some of them hopped on a boat and tried to come to America. Border Patrol agents seizing 19 migrants after their boat capsized off the coast of Miami yesterday. Obviously, Ian was stirring up incredible waves. I can't imagine what kind of conditions they were dealing with out there. I mean, ultimately, sustained winds of 155 miles per hour. 4 migrants swam to shore after the vessel capsized. Border Patrol agents, with the support of the MCS News, responded to a migrant landing in Stock Island. Again, 4 swam to shore, and the vessel sank due to the inclement weather. The search was on for 23 other individuals. Later, the Coast Guard tweeted that crews rescued 3 more people in the water about 2 miles south of Boca Chica, brought to local hospitals for symptoms of exhaustion and dehydration. Air crews were still searching this past afternoon. I did say their sector reported that last week, nearly 120 Cuban migrants had arrived by boat. 6,000 plus migrants have been repatriated by the U.S. Coast Guard. On Tuesday of this week, 7 migrants from Cuba made landfall in Pompano Beach. They were taken into custody. I mean, the message, he said, though, don't risk your life by attempting this journey at sea. Storm surge along with king tide can create treacherous sea conditions even after this storm passes. But I guess people are so desperate, willing to take that risk to cross the Florida Straits in the midst of a hurricane. Meanwhile, Midnight Special, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Steve. How you doing?
Doing well. What's happening out there?
Not much. I'm making my way back to the Tar Heel. It's time to go to the house.
Okay.
Talk about supply chain. I know Walmart's got 8 distribution centers down there in Florida.
So there's going to be a lot of disruption, right? I mean, those big distribution centers, that's probably just like Amazon. Stuff that comes in the ports goes to those distribution centers and then gets shipped out, whether it's by rail or truck all over the country, right?
Yeah, most they got 3 or 4 grocery warehouses down there. That's refrigerated warehouses down there.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to say, so I saw about 5:30 today. DeSantis had a press conference, and I sort of what Eagle said. I think it's going to be a disaster at daylight in the morning. Because they said that they had that was at 5:30 today. They said they had 800 phone calls to 911 center for people wanting to come get them who didn't evacuate.
I think is it because the storm came in so much further south? I mean, they had 2.5 million people were under mandatory evacuations. I think these areas where the storm actually eventually came ashore, I don't think they were under evacuation orders. And yeah, you ended up, they said there are people all over the place on the roofs of their home out in this thing.
Yeah, I heard on one of the local news stations I was watching on TV. They said that they had a guy on the phone. He said he had a 10-foot ceiling and he had 4 foot of water in his living room.
Yeah.
So I imagine the daylight in the morning, it's not going to be good for people. I hope nobody loses their life, but it's not sounding too good.
Yeah, I can only imagine that there's probably some people that got swept away in those floodwaters. Yeah.
Yeah. I know they got us under a state of emergency up here in North Carolina. It's going to be interesting to see what she does when she hits that Atlantic Ocean tomorrow.
It's amazing how the forecast changes every day, because some of the models were depicting the storm pretty much staying ashore in Florida, then kind of crossing up into southeast Georgia, never making it back out to sea. Now it's going to go out to sea, and depending on how much time it could indeed be back to a hurricane.
Yep. Well, I'm gonna see what she does. I'm not gonna trust her forecast because it's pretty much done the opposite of what they said it was gonna do.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a lot of trucks rolling southbound 95. I'm coming into South Carolina now up here at Savannah, Georgia, and there's a lot of trucks rolling southbound. But other than that, Steve, that's all I got for tonight.
Thank you for checking in. Midnight special. There you go. Yeah, I know. I'm not exactly sure. Were these people under evacuation orders? A story out of from Tampa from the Washington Post this past day. Yeah, some are just defiant. Leaving is like giving up. Some are scared. Leaving is not knowing what's going to be left when you return. And some don't have the means, they say, as Ian barreled down on the nation's third most populous state. Yeah, millions, of course, were urged to evacuate. Many did. We saw the clogged highways as they fanned out across the state. But countless people defied those orders, even in some of the most vulnerable parts of the state. It happens every storm. Hurricane holdouts are often judged from afar as wrong-headed or naive. But most of the time, their decision is carefully calculated. Okay. All the reasons residents stay behind. All right. And they actually interviewed some of the people that were refusing to leave. 17 before the hour, and Dingbat checks in this Thursday morning. Hello, Dingbat.
Hello. So how are you?
Hanging with him. How about you? Staying out of trouble?
Yeah. Well, two things. I want to give a prayer request for everybody down in Florida. I know it's hard on them. And though I'm a Florida Gator fan, I still, my heart goes out to them.
No doubt, yeah.
And all the line workers out there. Also, I just want to tell all the listeners, keep your prayers up for me. I have a torn meniscus, I cannot pronounce it, muscle in my knee.
Okay.
Due to the car wreck I had in Memorial Day weekend. But other than that, I'm fine. It's just, I'm not in the doghouse. Me and Braindead decide to do double or nothing when basketball season comes.
Okay. With your Tennessee versus the Gators, right?
Yeah, pretty much. And I know Braindead's listening. He's just probably getting the Little Rock right now. But other than that, I'm just chilling at the house and listening to you.
Well, good to have you tuned in. Thanks for checking in, Dingbat. Are they talking about having to do surgery on that? Or?
Well, right now, I have a brace on for 4 weeks. So it will determine, she said, well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. When you wear a brace, eventually you will have to have surgery. I was like, oh, great.
Uh-oh.
So everybody keep y'all's prayers up for me and also people in Florida.
Gotcha. All right. Thanks for checking in. All right. What do we got via the Weather Channel? People trapped in the rising storm surge. In some cases, homes blown apart. Millions without power. Let's see, a little after 11 p.m., that's when they crossed over the 2 million. It's 2.25 million now in more than 20 counties, especially toward the southwest corner of the state. Up and across the state, areas around Daytona Beach on the Atlantic coast. Now, they say each outage, though, can represent several people in a household or a building or a business that's maybe sharing a utility account. So when they say 2 million outages, that could be 4, 5, 6 million people that are without power. Take you back to 10:41 p.m. Eastern Time. People being rescued in Collier County, according to the sheriff. Water's everywhere. It will recede. There will be damage. tomorrow, later today, we'll have a better idea. Thursday's going to be frustrating and heartbreaking for many. Check on your neighbors. Be kind. Yeah, muster that Collier courage. Know we're working for you as swiftly as you can, and above all, be safe. See, the Weather Channel's Mike Seidel posting video from Fort Myers as the storm moved in. He says, we're in the eye wall of Category 4 for over 5 hours, and the backside was the worst. I haven't experienced anything close to this in over 30 years. Yeah, that is kind of different. The backside being worse than the leading eastern edge of the storm. Lee County Sheriff, a little before 9 o'clock in the evening, they said the first responders will be out in force as soon as the winds drop below 45 miles per hour. The reason for that is the safety of the firefighters, the deputies, the emergency crew. The most urgent calls will be responded to first. I can only imagine. I mean, here approaching 2 o'clock in the morning, Eastern time. Those are the areas where law enforcement, firefighters, emergency responders, as we speak, are probably out there trying to rescue people. Because in some of those areas, the winds have dropped below that threshold. We're going to be out there. Those calls for service, people that are waiting in need. All right. People trapped in their attics by the rising water. Sheriff said, my heart is with them. I have no words. It's frustrating for me, but we can't compromise other lives, too. Residents told to stay away until this weekend. Significant levels of Ian-related damage to Fort Myers, Florida. According to the Facebook post from Fort Myers, it says, please do not come back before Saturday to allow emergency responders to address critical assessment issues unimpeded and ensure your safety upon returning. Collier County, about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Here's some tough news you need to know. We aren't holding back. We're in call triage mode. We're getting a significant number of calls, people trapped by water in their homes. Some are reporting life-threatening medical emergencies in deep water. We'll get to them first. Some reporting water coming into their house, but not life-threatening. Those will have to wait, possibly until the water recedes. Who knows? Who knows? Wait, a quick 2-minute timeout here. Lines available at 844-844-3388.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at HotShotSecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Looks like about an hour ago, they say Florida has activated their disaster fund. Ian has caused major damage, and the recovery period will be very costly. To help community response and recover, the state of Florida has activated the Florida Disaster Fund. That fund distributes donations to service organizations that will be aiding and assisting individuals in some of these disaster-stricken communities. Donations can be made online through the Volunteer Florida Foundation. FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Agency Administrator Dina Criswell said FEMA has established a search and rescue coordination group in Miami that includes urban search and rescue teams, Coast Guard, Department of Defense, Department of Interior, and local Florida rescue teams. She briefed the president and Florida mayors on federal response efforts, with search and rescue ready to be made by sea, by air, by land. We've also positioned supplies and personnel to strategic locations in both Georgia, Florida, and Alabama to get where it needs to be as soon as possible. Apparently, they've staged 3.7 million meals, 3.5 million liters of water in Alabama, ready to be distributed as the storm-stricken areas, when the sun comes up, some of that will begin rolling in as quickly as it can, right? Hey, see what's going on with Gilligan this morning. Happy Thursday.
Yeah, thank you for having me on, Steve. Hey, before I forget it, I need to give a shout out to Robert. Robert, I run into last night at Iron Toe, Virginia, that little Ricky Dick fuel stop. My friends know I stop in there to get coffee sometimes. But he's an old listener, goes back to the early 2000s. And he listened to you and your dad, of course, back 20 years ago or more. And he said that he hadn't found you. I told him where to find you and everything. So, Robert, if you're out there listening, I'm here. I'm shouting out to you. Call in. Get you a code for $60 worth of free products from Hot Shot Secret. Yeah, I tell you what, I knew he fit into this bunch, Steve. When he looked, I walked up to get coffee, and he was standing there. He looked at me, and he says, "Why'd you kidnap me and take me this for God-forsaken place?" Yeah, he definitely fits in with this crew, doesn't he? I'll answer the horse feathers question. I went and looked it up. Aaron Judge hit his 60th home run at 147 games. Babe Ruth did it 154. Tonight was the 150th game of the year for the 155th game for the year of the Yankees to hit his 61st. So, yes, he played one more game than Babe Ruth to hit 61.
Mm-hmm.
But Roger Maris did the 61 in 159 games. So he done it in 4 shorter games than what Roger Maris does.
Okay.
There's a bit of trivia with this whole bit. I didn't realize this till the other day. Do you know why? Did you know that Roger Maris was never intentionally walked during the 61 season when he hit 61 home runs? He got 0 intentional walks. The reason behind that was the man that batted behind him was no other than Mickey Mantle, that hit 54 that year himself.
So if
So why would you?
if you walk him and put him on, that's 2 runs you're going to get out of it, right?
Yeah, a very good chance to Mickey Mantle. You know, that was in pretty much his heyday right there, 1961. You know. Talking heat wave earlier. By the way, I'm really glad somebody went and bailed him out. The reason he didn't call in last night, he was sitting at home, but he was playing solitaire with Great Wingnut. He caught Great Wingnut cheating, so they got in the fight and he got arrested for assault.
No.
Come to find out, Great Wingnut had about 10 aces in the deck. That's all I got for now, Steve.
All right.
Have
So,
a deal
so I
with
guess
my
in
son.
other words, Aaron Judge should not have an asterisk next to his 61 home runs. All right. Yeah, we touched on it a bit last evening. Everybody trying to wager a guess. Yeah, the Nord Stream 1 and 2 pipelines. Sabotage. Who would do it? Yeah, who would stand to benefit the most? Why? Some are saying Vladimir Putin. Putin sabotaged the pipelines. Some are saying the United States did it. And some are saying others. We'll start with Vladimir Putin. They say he has 2 goals in mind behind the sabotage of the pipeline: undermining Western resolve and shipments of weapons to Ukraine, and dividing the West, as well as winning the propaganda war around the world. So says top intelligence expert John Jordan. Now, European officials said the rupture of the major pipelines from Russia to Germany was a deliberate attack, as it appears. Top Polish and Ukrainian leaders blaming Moscow. NATO said sabotage was behind the destruction of the pipelines. Okay. But Jordan says this is what they're trying to do. They're trying to raise the temperature, increase the fear level in Europe, both in terms of escalation in the nuclear domain, as well as threaten widening the war into the Baltic and threatening to undermine or negate Europe's efforts to mitigate the loss of Russian natural gas. It all kind of makes sense because they can't win on the battlefield. They have to win in these other spheres. And that's what they're trying to do. Now, everybody's got an opinion, right? Now, he's an international expert on this, but we'll get to some of the other scenarios coming up. Our number, 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Hurricane Ian has weakened to a Category 3 storm, still a major hurricane as it slowly plows across Florida. Sustained winds are still at 115 miles per hour with 180-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That's in addition to heavy rain and flooding. Ian made landfall Wednesday over Lee County. Officials there report widespread damage. Speaking earlier today, Lee County Sheriff Carmine Marcino urged residents to stay put until officials give the all-clear signal.
Things may look nice. The weather breaks. Everybody wants to get out. But there are down power lines. There are trees. There are hazards everywhere.
President Biden reached out to 4 Florida county officials Wednesday, but he was only able to reach one of them. Biden made calls to the mayors of Fort Myers, Cape Coral, Sarasota, and the chair of Charlotte County to let them know their communities have the full force of the federal government behind them as Hurricane Ian has caused major damage in Florida. Only Mayor Kevin Anderson of Fort Myers picked up the phone. They discussed the city's ongoing needs, such as support for the elderly, mobile home communities, and other vulnerable residents, the White House said. Biden left messages explaining the same sentiment to the three officials who did not answer his call. Here's something that you probably didn't know about our nation's economy.
As Washington continues to play word games with the word recession and inflation, the Federal Reserve is warning D.C. lawmakers. Falling stocks have wiped out more than $9 trillion in wealth from U.S. households, putting more pressure on families from a faltering economy. Americans' holdings of corporate equities and mutual fund shares fell to $33 trillion at the end of the second quarter. That's down from $42 trillion at the start of the year. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
This is USA Radio News.
Stress. It never seems to end when you owe money to the IRS. What about the years of unfiled tax returns? Have you tried another tax service and gotten nowhere? Then you need Tax Alliance. Why? Years of being A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau with no consumer complaints sets them apart. Call 800-987-1097. That's 800-987-1097. Don't wait until the IRS attacks your wages, bank account, your home or pension, and even your Social Security check. Tax Alliance specializes in IRS tax relief programs, including the Fresh Start Initiative, which can finally free yourself from IRS debt. Their tax professionals can file returns, fight the IRS to substantially lower your IRS debt, or possibly even have it forgiven. If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes, have unfiled tax returns, or have a payment plan and are still frustrated, call 800-987-1097. That's 800-987-1097.
Tax Alliance, your tax resolution solution.
Weather forecasters warn Floridians in the path of Hurricane Ian that they're in for a long night. The storm is weakened to a Category 2 hurricane as its eye slowly moves inland, but National Hurricane Center Acting Director Jamie Rome says some areas are seeing an astonishing 4 to 5 inches of rain per hour.
You dump that much rain, saturate the soils, and then put wind, the trees are going to come down. You're going to have massive power outages through the night.
In other news, the lawsuit in New York against Donald Trump has gotten a new response from the former president.
Former President Donald Trump decried New York Attorney General Letitia James for her lawsuits against him and his children.
There's no better example of the left's chilling obsession with targeting political opponents than the baseless, abusive, and depraved lawsuit against me, my family, my company, by the racist Attorney General of New York State, Letitia Peekaboo James.
James's office filed a lawsuit on September 21st against Trump and his 3 children for business fraud, fulfilling a campaign promise she made to challenge Trump, whom she considered an illegitimate president. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
Rapper Coolio, best known for a string of 90s hits including Grammy-winning Gangsta's Paradise, has died. Reports are he died at a friend's home in Los Angeles Wednesday afternoon. He was 59 years old. For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
Hi, this is Joe Cordell with the law firm Cordell & Cordell. When the prospect of divorce becomes a reality, you need a partner that you can count on. If you're a man in this situation, consider contacting Cordell & Cordell. We've helped men navigate complex legal matters for 30 years.
Contact Cordell & Cordell to schedule an appointment with one of our firms online at CordellCordell.com. No representation is made that the quality of legal services to be performed is greater than the quality of legal services performed by other lawyers. Online at CordellCordell.com. CordellCordell.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
back at it here. Another round. Our number 844-844-3388. Hey, I need to get you that first keyword. I normally do that in hour number 2, so I'm a little bit behind. Your chance to win $1,000 cash. First keyword this Thursday morning, right? We're into Thursday. Yes, sir. Travel. Travel is the keyword. Enter that keyword now at tncradio.live or use the tncradio.live app in this nationwide contest. We'll have another keyword coming up later this morning. Additional keywords coming your way 10 a.m., 7 p.m. Eastern Time every weekday. Good luck from TNC Radio and Hot Shot Secret. Travel, Travel. There's your keyword. All right, so you got the one and the intelligence expert. Says it's Vladimir Putin. Sabotaged the pipelines. Now, Tucker Carlson Tuesday suggested Joe Biden might be responsible for damage to the pipelines. Now, despite Carlson's claim, Biden never said he would blow up the pipelines. Never said that. He warned that the Nord Stream 2 pipeline would be stopped if Russia invaded Ukraine. Nord Stream 2 had not been completed, and of course had been opposed by the Trump administration. Now, Carlson said if you're Vladimir Putin, you'd have to be a suicidal moron to blow up your own energy pipeline. Well, no. Tucker, Putin had pretty much shut that pipeline down already for nearly a month's time. Nothing had been flowing through it. Now, there was still, whatever was in the pipeline, but they weren't pushing anything further through the pipeline. That's why you've got the leaks over there in the Baltic. It's a big chess game. Meanwhile, this past day, the State Department issues an urgent advisory to any U.S. citizens: get out of Russia. Americans with Russian dual citizenship might be denied the ability to leave Vladimir Putin's country so they can be drafted into military service to support the war in Ukraine. The U.S. Embassy and consulates in Russia released a statement warning that Moscow, quote, may refuse to acknowledge dual nationals, U.S. citizenship, deny their access to consular assistance, prevent their departure from Russia, and conscript dual nationals for military service. We again encourage citizens not to travel to Russia, and said those residing or traveling in Russia should depart the country immediately while limited commercial travel options remain. There's not a whole lot of air travel coming in and out of Russia since the whole Russian invasion months ago. But we know tens of thousands of even Russians have been crossing borders trying to get out of the country. All right, get back to the calls here at 844-844-3388. What's the deal? You're saying it's kind of a little chilly down there tonight? It's usually warm and muggy, but a little cool, huh?
It must be dragging the air down from y'all. That's all I got to say, because I got a pullover hoodie on, and the wind's chilly. And normally when that comes up out of the Gulf, I mean, you know something's coming because the humidity gets so intolerable. I mean, you can stand there and sweat. But no, there's almost no humidity right now, and it's just a real nice cool breeze. Beautiful night. You can see the stars. Of course, I'm 40 miles east of Augusta, so it looks like this storm's going to pop out and skirt up the coast. Of course, Little Green decided the starter was turning over just not enough. I got plenty of battery power, but I'm sitting dead in the water right now. So I guess Little Green said, you going out and you hit too many trees. I ain't going back out in the storm.
Well, what I'm looking at, we've got this big dip in the jet stream over the eastern half of the country. It's very warm out west. Like right now, the current temperature is, as of 1 a.m., so about an hour ago, it's like 70 degrees there in Great Falls, Montana. So the western half of the country is still very warm. East got the cool air dipping all the way down into central Alabama, Georgia. 50 in Atlanta right now.
Yeah, it's cool.
It's
cool.
nice.
Atlanta and Augusta, right along that line. Our temperatures are pretty close. So now, before I get into another subject, did the news media just say that North Korea shot nuclear missiles into the China Sea?
Several test missiles. I don't nothing about nuclear. I heard.
Okay, well, that's what I heard on the news. That's what they said. And now, you call that nuclear capable missiles, but you don't call them nuclear missiles until they go off.
Right.
As a nuclear shot, there's a reason why they use them terms. So I was scratching my head on that. Now, here's my argument.
I'm looking at the headline from Reuters. It says ballistic missiles, two short-range ballistic missiles off the East Coast, according to South Korea.
Okay.
Ballistic.
Okay, I could be wrong. See? Now, let me try this out again. Now, Pappy made good points last night, but all right, Putin doesn't make out. And I watched that thing with Tucker Carlson, and normally, I go with what he says, but what he said yesterday was, man, that just don't make sense at all. What you got to remember in the beginning, Germany tried to stay out of this. They just tried to stay out of this
because they knew they had to rely on Russia for that gas. They tried to maintain, what do you call it? Anonymity. Just don't want to side with one or the other.
Yep. And right now, your newscast, you mentioned that that France is starting to supply
Germany.
They're starting to supply Germany. Germany's starting to get itself off of the Russian-controlled gas. All right, which means that they'll be more likely not to support Ukraine. So I'm just me now. What do I know? But we know that Russia is making a play to incorporate part of Ukraine, claiming that the people voted it in, and Putin's already said, he's going to, defend Russia. That justification for doing it.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to wonder if Zelensky didn't say, well, what we need to do is get Germany off of that gas right now. So in a couple of months, it'll take them maybe a month, 2 months to fix these lines. And that's when it's starting to get cold. Germany will start feeling the heat. And because he's got to make his play quickly. I mean, Zelensky, like Pappy said, can't win the war. Unless Putin can't get those people out on the field, because they're all seems like the biggest donating country right now with military equipment is Russia, because their tanks are sitting there and the Ukrainians just pick them up and drive them home, fully loaded and fully armed. So, but right now, that's the only one that benefits out of this is. And also, Tucker Carlson, he was saying all of this about the gas and causing the pollution. Well, I'm pretty sure that Russia had enough common sense to put a cutoff line on the shore right there. So when soon something happened, that's money going out the door. They probably had an emergency shut-off valve to shut their gas going to that line. So, I just drive a truck here. But a little bit of common sense. But right now, the only one that benefits, because this is a short-term thing, Zelensky has to do something, and he has to do it quick, has to hit hard before Russia starts gathering up their troops. By the way, their troops, what I understand, when they draft you, you get 1 week, learning how to fire your weapons and how to take care of your weapon, and the next thing you know, you're on the battlefield. I mean, 1 minute you're out there, sweeping, a janitor or driving a taxi. Over a week later, you're sitting there in a tank getting shot at. So it's this great Russian army is a lot more boast than reality. But they do have the manpower to put on there, and they do have the manufacturing capability. Plus, they can get their weapons from China and everything. And I guess they were getting, North Korea, or their missiles from North Korea or whatever. So, this is very nervous. Now, the reason why I paid attention about Germany, I've got my daughter, my granddaughter's there. And I got to admit, Afghanistan, I never paid attention to it until my grandson was there. But so that's why I know about Germany dragging their feet on this stuff. And Donald Trump was right. They laughed at him when he said they needed to get their butts off of Russian gas, because all it did is give Putin
leverage.
In strengthening. Yeah, leverage. Thank you. So that I still stick with it. It very well could be Ukraine send somebody down there and blew up them lines. So it would slow down Germany's progress in getting independence from the Russian gas lines. So, but what do I know? But I'm sticking to it until proven wrong, because nothing else makes sense. Putin ain't going to blow up his income. I mean, because this war could end. All of a sudden they could make a right move in a month. Boom, they own Ukraine. They're still going to want to sell that gas. So it doesn't make any sense. He'll blow it up. And what Tucker Carlson said, that would have to be the U.S. Navy to get in there and do that, for Biden to do that. So, Germany ain't going to do it. It's just, if it don't make sense, I'm just going on what I see. The only person, and because they're desperate right now to get Russia out of their country, not to lose part of their country, and they're, hurt Putin as hard as they can and do it right now. They can't wait. It can't be long drawn out, or they definitely will lose their butts. But if they do it now, Lord, they're already talking about people in Russia talking about getting Putin out of office, and it goes, straight to peace. You ain't never heard that. You got people in the streets, people running out of the country. It's amazing. So, just my observation, and I'm going to sit down here. I think I'm going to go back to the house, and I'm going to sip on coffee and watch the Weather Channel and watch American Picker. It's on one of our channels.
There you go. All right.
And,
have a good morning. Thanks for checking in. We get a 2-minute timeout here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So kind of in line with Tucker, you had a Polish member of the European Parliament that posted a picture of the area where the leak was occurring out of these pipelines. And it's not just the Nord Stream 2, it's Nord Stream 1 and 2. Nord Stream 1 had been supplying gas to Germany, to Europe for I don't know how long, how many years. Nord Stream 2 was the line that was in the process of being built while Trump was president. He was trying to convince, we weren't even in control of it. Germany they were the ones in control of the permits and whatnot for that pipeline. So when Biden made that statement about shutting down the Nord Stream 2 pipeline if Russia were to invade Ukraine, it was back in February. His quote was, if Russia invades, there will be no longer a Nord Stream 2. Never said anything about 1. He said, we'll bring an end to it. When asked what he meant specifically, as that project was in control of Germany, he said, I promise you, we will be able to do that. Never said anything about shutting down Nord Stream 1. And so I say it's flawed logic to think we would have anything to do with that. Yeah, shut down the Nord Stream 1. Would we actually intentionally do something to hurt Germany and the rest of Europe as a whole? No. So it doesn't make any sense. Sometimes things just don't have to actually have a logical explanation, because there is a big chess game taking place over there. The Danish Prime Minister, because some of the damage was actually in their territorial waters. And I said, yes, it was sabotage, but he didn't name any possible culprits who might have been behind it. He said, there is no information indicating who could be behind it. The European Commission president also claimed, yes, it was an act of sabotage. An investigation has to be conducted. Any deliberate disruption of active European energy infrastructure is unacceptable and would lead to the strongest possible response. Yes, it would be homicidal for us to do something like that. Now, they do say assessment continues to the damage. The German newspaper said that the damage to both pipelines is major, and if it's not rectified soon, saltwater corrosion of the inside of these pipes will leave them totally unusable. In other words, destroyed forever. Not good. Hey, Pappy, what's happening?
Well, Steve, hold on. I'm going to get you off speaker. I'm going to throw another monkey wrench in all this, man. First of all, trying to figure out who done this is the same as trying to predict the path of a hurricane, right?
Yep.
I want to try to correct you on one thing. I don't know if you got one thing right. Trump stopped the pipeline too, okay, when he was in office. Putin needed that completed before he would attack Ukraine.
Yeah.
I thought about a year ago, I kind of went into on how all that came about. As soon as Biden got in office, he lifted the sanctions, which allowed Putin to go full steam ahead on that Nord Stream 2. That was completed before he went into Ukraine. That's why he went into Ukraine. Now, listen, Biden's not calling the shots, Steve. We all know this.
No.
He's just a puppet. The only problem I have with 57's analogy here, thinking it was Ukraine don't have the capability, Steve. If Ukraine wanted it done, Zelensky wanted it done, he was going to have some help. And who'd he get the help from? Is a good question. I mean, this was a sabotage of the highest degree, Steve. I mean, somebody slipped in and out of there, right? In order for this to happen, you're talking Navy SEALs type stuff. Get in there in the submarine, launch from a submarine, conduct the operation, get back in the submarine, get out of Dodge. Ukraine doesn't have that capability.
Yeah. Any idea what kind of depth of waters these pipes were in?
As deep as that water is, it's my understanding that they're on the bottom. They're not floating like,
right. Yeah.
halfway down. They're on the bottom, so however deep that is. Biden did make the comment, that prior to Putin going into Ukraine, if he goes into Ukraine, we're going to stop the Nord Stream 2. He did make that comment. You repeated it pretty much word for word.
Correct.
So, I'm tossed, Steve. I'm going to tell you something here real quick. If you have to hold me over, I'd appreciate it. But if Putin did it, that's, I talked about that last night, but that's another thing for if he blames the United States, right? He's creating chaos in that region. He gets to tell the Germans, look what your American friends did to you.
Yeah.
Right? Now, here's a wrench into the whole situation here, Steve. I saw an interview with another intel person, a foreign intel guy, supposed to really know his stuff. Joel Skousen is his name.
Okay. Well, hold that thought, because the clock's ticking and we're on a hard clock. That's news update time. It's 844-844-3388 as we roll into a Thursday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. In a recent personal essay on her website, Katie Couric says she was diagnosed with breast cancer in June on her 8th wedding anniversary. A 65-year-old journalist reveals she has since had surgery to remove a tumor along with radiation treatments, and with their final round of radiation coming on Tuesday. She says she's feeling fine, and one of the points of the post is to remind people to get regular mammograms. She was 6 months late on hers because of the pandemic. And Roger Maris has now got company. Aaron Judge hit his 61st home run of the season Wednesday, tying Maris for the most homers in a single season by an American League player. Barry Bonds, Mark McGwire, and Sammy Sosa each passed Maris between 1998 and 2001, but because of their links to performance-enhancing drugs, many consider 61 to be the magic number and the all-time record. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com.
Have you heard? The United States Mint has issued the Morgan Silver Dollar for the first time in 100 years. Not only that, but they are also minted in 99.9% pure silver for the first time ever in history. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 175,000 legal tender silver dollars were issued. These Morgan Silver Dollars are brand new, bright and shiny legal tender coins minted by the iconic Philadelphia Mint. Just call 1-800-888-7630 and you are guaranteed a new 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. The first time in history this has happened. But with limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. If you order now, you will receive a free collector bonus, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new Morgan Silver Dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. Let's see. Now, hold that thought, Pappy. I got a couple emails here. Something I want to throw your way first. First of all, heard from Doughboy. I was talking about the Amazon distribution centers there in Florida. He said, my daughter works for the Amazon Air Hub. They're in Florence, Kentucky. She told me they get about 30 planes a day in. So it's about 50, 60 a day, in and out. Now, she said, due to the hurricane, they're only down to maybe 10 or 12 or 15 because Miami and Tampa airports had been closed. So, definitely having an impact. Things going to be kind of running behind. I got an email from Philip, who would typically be calling us about an hour from now on his way to work there in Orlando, which, of course, was shut down yesterday. They're shut down today. Steve, we're hanging in there. The ugly stuff is coming pretty soon for us. Lots of rain with this one. What amazes me is the temperature. We're sitting at 73 degrees at after 2 a.m., 2:16 in the morning. We can definitely say those models can change at the drop of a hat. Looks like it's going to exit about Cape Canaveral. Tell the guys to watch out in South Carolina. I think they're going to get the leftovers. Anyway, everybody be safe out there. And all right, you do the same there. Thank you very much, Phil. So I guess I'm assuming he's still got power, unless he was maybe using his cell phone to text that to my email. But yeah, I was watching the Weather Channel just before the program started, and they were kind of talking about overnight during the early morning hours. Daytona was yet to get in on the ugly stuff because you still had the highest winds closer to the center. What was the center of circulation? What's left there? So you're probably going to be dealing with 50, 60 mile per hour winds and things of that nature all the way over toward Daytona. All right, let me see. Pappy asked me yesterday morning after the program, what's the word on Rumble? Well, just for you and all the listeners out there, I'm going to toss it out at you. I spoke to Josh just before we went on this evening, kind of inquiring. I had him checking into the August 11th date. I thought was the date supposedly that YouTube had flagged for our strike one, and I was thinking that was the same date that they flagged for this strike number two. He told me the August 11 was apparently whatever strike one was. He said they had actually flagged not one, not two, but 3 other separate programs for this strike number two. And he said, honestly, Steve, I think we'd probably be better off just cutting ties with those guys because obviously they don't like us. Think about it. Our conversation right now, Pappy, the conversation I just had with 5-7, trying to hold an honest discussion about things that are going on, but the mere suggestion that, well, maybe we were behind the pipeline, maybe Putin, they could consider that all misinformation because we just don't know. But you can't even hold an honest conversation in this day and age. So I'm thinking he's going to talk to Chris Gabrelchik later today. He said, I'm going to get his ear and talk about the Rumble thing because I said, that's the way to go. That's the route to go. You can't be trying to walk on eggshells and not even able to hold an honest conversation with the censors out there today.
Yes, sir. And I'm about ready to push the envelope again right now, and listen, man, if you can download YouTube's app, you can download the Overnight Drive app.
Yep.
You can download Rumble. I mean, that's what I got to say about that.
Yep.
All right, so this so-called globalist foreign affair policy, air quotes, expert, unquote. Steve said there was intel out there that Germany was getting ready to capitulate to Russia
Mm-hmm.
and lift the sanctions. And the deep state, not Joe Biden, but the deep state couldn't have that. And, you know, they need to shut this fossil fuel industry down, Steve. They don't want Europe on fossil fuels. So he seemed to think that it's a very good possibility their involvement in it, whether it was U.S. involvement, British involvement, that did this. That's his take on it.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, like I said,
And we're all kind of grasping for straws, and we're just holding a conversation. I mean, maybe one of these days we'll actually find it. We may never know who actually did it.
Right. You know, but you are absolutely 100% correct. We can't even have a discussion about it.
Mm-hmm.
Because we don't know. I'm not saying Putin did it. I'm not saying the deep state did it, Biden or the Brits. I have no clue. That's way over my head.
Yeah, well, you think back.
All we can do is speculate.
Who made the comment a few minutes ago that Biden is not actually in charge? Biden's just a puppet. I mean, that's misinformation, Pappy. You can't say that.
Yeah.
You know, that's how stupid they are.
Yeah. Goes back to the whole censorship thing, Steve. They don't want any of the truth that could possibly be the truth, or the truth, they don't want it out there.
Yeah, and what about when you actually say things that they deem as misinformation at the time, only to come to find out that it was actually correct information when all is said and done? You go to the Hunter Biden laptop story, hey, that was misinformation. You can talk about vaccines, hey, that's misinformation. More and more with each passing day. It's all the truth is coming out, you see?
Absolutely, Steve. You just nailed it right there. I mean, there's so many things that you know, at the beginning, that social media was controlling the narrative, saying that's misinformation, it's false, we're not going to get it out there. And it turns out to be true. So, yeah, I'm all on board with giving YouTube the boot.
Well, I mean, based on the fact that they had flagged 3 additional programs after that first week of suspension, I told Josh, I said, Josh, you know, strike 3 within 90 days, you get the boot anyway. I mean, what are the odds? What are the odds?
Matter of time.
What are the odds? I mean, probably, you know, when we come back, if it's Friday morning or Monday morning, whatever it's going to be, hell, they'll hit us with strike 3 that night.
Yep.
So
it's better to be prepared.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
And
he talked about maybe we could start streaming the video again on the Hot Shot Secret page, just like we do the Overnight Drive. I mean, there's plenty of options out there.
Steve, I listen to you on the app.
And
I get that notification I get the notification on Facebook, right? If I'm losing track of time, my phone will go off. Hey, the show's starting. I'll get in there and type my little thing. And after I hit some like buttons on some other people's little things, I switch over to the app, Steve.
Yeah.
You know, because I can text somebody right now as I'm talking to you if I want to, you know, or listening to the app anyway. You know, you can still use your phone. You can't do that on YouTube or Facebook. So, simple download. You click one button, and you got you.
Oh.
So,
All right. Well, I just wanted to throw that out there because you had inquired about it. And I know I'm kind of like, maybe I'm just preparing the people. Just plan on probably YouTube ain't going to be there anymore.
Yeah. And, Bongino's seen it coming. That's why he gave him the boot first.
How long do you think he would have survived on YouTube?
Well, they admonished him so much, and did the same thing. They would cut his show up. If they didn't like something he was saying, they would, they wouldn't allow it to air on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
And he's seen the writing on the wall. And it's funny. I mean, the day he posted that post, hey, we're giving YouTube the boot, YouTube tried to say that they banned him and kicked him totally off. But he beat him to the punch,
Yeah.
So, yeah, social media. I mean, there's, with Trump and his, True Social, what's it called now?
Truth Social.
There's, what did some of these people call it? The new parallel economy. Creating things that the left cannot control. They're talking about some of these financial institutions, that are going to start controlling. If you're a conservative, that they are going to control you, kick you off, and not let you if you're using a certain financial institution to make your payments to your employees through, there's a lot of people creating new ways, where the left cannot get in there and delete that app or not let you have that app on that certain platform. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
So, long road ahead. Said it before, just because if this election goes good, it's still a long road ahead, Steve. So, all right, my man, have a good night. Everybody be safe. And, hey, prayers out to Philip, right? We also got caller Steve.
Yes, caller Steve and Captain
He's
Ron.
He's right over the border there in Georgia. It's Florida on the East Coast there. So he's going to be right in the middle of this thing, too. And, of course, Monkey Gouger. Let's just hope everything goes safe here with these guys. And, all right, my man. Have a good night. I'm out.
All right. Speaking of the Monkey Gouger, we got him coming up next year. Answer to the question. Mike dug it up for me here. Who was that? Is that DeRanger? You see, I ask, how deep is that pipeline? Yeah, the Nord Stream 1 and 2. I mean, it's not like anybody or their brother can dive down there and, first of all, plant explosives, and how powerful would those explosives have to be? I mean, this was a professional job, right? All right. The answer is Nord Stream pipeline. How deep? Around 80 to 110 meters, not feet, but meters. Each line of the pipeline consists of about 100,000 24-ton concrete weight-coated steel pipes laid on the seabed of the Baltic Sea. Pipelines have a constant internal diameter of 1.153 meters. According to Nord Stream, sections of the pipeline lie at depth of around 80 to 110 meters. So there you go. We'll be right back.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. Let me get up to the, is that the Monkey Gouger?
Well, Steve, how you doing tonight?
Hanging with him. How about you? Hadn't heard from you in a few days. How's it going?
Well, I'm going good, man. Things going good until I started listening to them last two callers. Steve, I could care less who blowed that damn pipeline up over yonder under the ocean or whatever. We got a major catastrophe going on in this country right now, and some of it's got to do with all that idiot up there at the White House that doesn't let our strategic reserve fall down to dangerous levels down there, and that we need that all to, get our stuff going back down there in Florida. Once this catastrophe blows through down there, probably going to slam into South Carolina and tear it to smithereens. And I mean, that's where we need to be focusing. We don't know who blowed that line up. We don't care who blowed that line up. That's the way I look at that situation. You sit here in armchairs that thing to death, and you still ain't going to figure out who done it. Well, we need to be worried about what's going on and all this damn fake news that's going on out there. And then today, just when I think the Weather Service can't top themselves, old Jim Couture is out there walking around down that Punta Gorda and them 150, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and a limb come flying down the street and hits him. And what do? A tree falls on Jim Couture. It was a damn tree limb. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, I saw the picture. Yeah, it was a little branch, wasn't nothing.
A little branch, yeah. And the other thing that got me fired up right now is they need to find out who's been setting fire to all of these chicken plants and everything else that's been going up, trying to create a food shortage, and who's bombing them refineries up there that's going to have a major effect on our corn harvest and our soybean harvest. That's the thing we need to worry about. The hell with them over yonder with Russia and Ukraine and all them other cats. We got our own fish to fry over here. That's what they need to be doing. All them operatives they done let come up across that border down there. I mean, it just on and on and on. We got problems in this country we need to solve. I could care less what happens over there in Germany. I could care less what happens over yonder in Ukraine. Well, we need to be worried about what's going on in this here United States of America.
Well, I mean, you got to remember now, Monkey Gouger, what happens over there in a roundabout way ultimately does have an impact on us here.
In what way, Steve? I mean, how's it going to impact us? I mean, we can't do nothing about anything going over there. And if you want to know the truth, Putin blew
blowed them all lines up. He wanted to start a damn World War III anyway.
Right.
He probably sent it there, went over there and blowed them up and everything else. Just like he's had his operatives over here blowing up refineries, setting fire to chicken plants, everything else. That's what we need to focus on. But I tell you one thing, man. After I seen that mess today, I could not believe some of the pictures that were coming out from down there.
Yep.
You know, the flooded fire stations, 7, 8 foot deep, flooded all the new fire trucks they had just put in there. They was out there trying to rescue that. Those people down there in Florida are in some serious trouble. And I tell you what, Steve, what worries me is, you know, this thing ain't got halfway through Florida yet. So the outer bands of that thing's over there turning up again, sucking water off the Atlantic Ocean and everything else. That eye comes off there, it's going to get over yonder, and it's going to get powerful enough. And they got that thing directly hit between Savannah and Charleston. I know my son called me today, and he said they were closing all the schools for Thursday and Friday. And they said there'll probably be at the first lick of it, 50,000 people in the state of South Carolina, Georgia, without power. They don't know what it's going to be. You know, this thing could really turn up and really turn into be something. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
So, anyway, I got moves and the crowd over here. Y'all got anything y'all want to add in here? Charge! So,
ha, silly Americans.
Anyway, Steve, that's my rant for tonight, and we'll talk to you tomorrow night.
All right.
He was doing such a fine job ranting, I wasn't even gonna get on my soapbox tonight, but maybe I'll call back in that loneliest hour and I'll climb up on mine.
Oh, boy. All right. Something to look forward to.
Yeah. Hey, Steve, before I jump off, I got to give a shout out to Little Red. New caller, been listening, and so anyway, I shout out to you there, Little Red. But that's about all we got for tonight, buddy. We'll call you back the loneliest hour.
All right. Be careful out there. Be safe. Thank you. All right. A couple minutes before we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast. Ready or not? The FMCSA has issued, now it is a regional emergency declaration due to Ian. This issued this past day in response to Hurricane Ian, the current anticipated effects on people and property. All right. The 8 states included in the regional emergency declaration are Alabama, Florida, Georgia, Kentucky, Mississippi, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Tennessee. This emergency declaration is in regards to the hours of service, relief from the requirements for maximum driving time for property carrying vehicles and maximum driving time for passenger carrying vehicles. Regulatory relief applies to commercial motor vehicle operators providing direct assistance, supporting emergency relief efforts, transporting supplies, goods, equipment, fuel into the affected states, and transporting persons into and from the affected states. All right, there you go. So it's another, just like we've had the COVID emergency declaration for 2.5 years now on a national scale, 8 states involved in this, trying to, obviously, meaning to, we're going to need a whole bunch of relief and supplies heading into Florida in the coming days. FEMA's got that all staged. Again, there are millions of meals, millions of bottles of water that'll be rolling in from wherever it's staged there in Alabama. All right, we'll close out another hour there. Get back to your calls coming up at 844-844-3388. Make our way into the early hours of a Thursday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Police in Oakland, California are actively searching for a suspect involved in a shooting at a school Wednesday that left 6 people wounded. Two of the victims are in critical but stable condition. It happened on a campus that houses 4 different schools, including a high school and a middle school. All of the victims are adults and are affiliated with the campus. Oakland Assistant Chief Officer Darren Allison says when officers arrived on scene, they immediately began making entry into the school.
We are currently and actively looking for at least one shooter, although there may be other individuals involved.
Hurricane Ian has weakened to a Category 3 storm, still a major hurricane, as it slowly plows across Florida. Sustained winds are still at 115 miles per hour with 180-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That in addition to heavy rain and flooding. Ian made landfall Wednesday over Lee County. Officials there report widespread damage. Lee County Sheriff Carmine Marcino urged residents to stay put until officials get the all clear.
Things may look nice. The weather breaks. Everybody wants to get out. But there are down power lines. There are trees. There are hazards everywhere.
He added that he's gotten reports of extensive damage.
Rooftops floating down the street, vehicles just going into the ocean.
There could be changes in the classroom instruction in Michigan.
Michigan's GOP gubernatorial hopeful is taking a page out of Florida's playbook. Tudor Dixon and running mate Shane Hernandez announced on Tuesday their Age-Appropriate Classroom Instruction Act proposal. Dixon told a crowd in Lansing the act would require school districts to ensure their schools do not provide classroom instruction on sexual orientation or gender identity in grades K through 3 or in any manner that is not age or developmentally appropriate. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
This is USA Radio News.
Stress. It never seems to end when you owe money to the IRS. What about the years of unfiled tax returns? Have you tried another tax service and gotten nowhere? Then you need Tax Alliance. Why? Years of being A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau with no consumer complaints sets them apart. Call 800-987-1097. That's 800-987-1097. Don't wait until the IRS attacks your wages, bank account, your home or pension, and even your Social Security check. Tax Alliance specializes in IRS tax relief programs, including the Fresh Start Initiative, which can finally free yourself from IRS debt. Their tax professionals can file returns, fight the IRS to substantially lower your IRS debt, or possibly even have it forgiven. If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes, have unfiled tax returns, or have a payment plan and are still frustrated, call 800-987-1097. That's 800-987-1097.
Tax Alliance, your tax resolution solution.
Florida Senator Marco Rubio offered Fox News an update Wednesday on the effects and outlook of catastrophic Hurricane Ian, which made landfall in Lee County that afternoon.
Well, it's going to be a long 36 hours. This is a slow-moving storm. We've got all kinds of risks here. The storm surge has gotten a lot of attention, rightfully so. There's going to be a lot of rain on already drenched land, and so you're going to have flooding that way. We have tornado warnings that extend now out all the way to eastern central Florida. Of course, the wind. This is still going to be a Category 2, maybe low Category 3 hurricane as it works its way through central Florida.
More than 1 million Floridians are without power, and evacuations are being made as far over as St. Johns County on the Atlantic coast. A final thought from the senator. I'm very satisfied with FEMA, he continued. I think the cooperation has been excellent and always has been. Roger Maris now has company. Aaron Judge hit his 61st home run of the season Wednesday, tying Maris for the most homers in a single season by an American League player. New York Yankees beat the Toronto Blue Jays to lock up the AL East crown. And after the game, Yankees skipper Aaron Boone talked about the team's 20th American League East title and Judge's chase of Maris.
It's awesome to see the discipline that he's showing and just the consistency of at-bats, while he's going through this with all the attention around it. But to see him rack up quality at-bat after quality at-bat is impressive.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
David was in big trouble with the IRS.
At first, I didn't owe that much, but after this year, it was out of control.
Then David called Get a Tax Lawyer.
Right away, they were like, oh yeah, looks like you're qualified to save.
Get a Tax Lawyer went to work.
Should have called way sooner.
Get a Tax Lawyer has helped thousands like David fight the IRS and get a fresh start.
Call 800-745-3070. That's 800-745-3070.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Welcome into a Thursday for our friends on the West Coast. 12:08 Pacific Time, 3:08 in the Eastern Time Zone. And hello to everybody at all points in between. And just a couple days left in September. October rolls in, what is that, this weekend? All right, our number, 844-844-3388. Hello to Bill. Checks in via the email. He said, yeah, Pappy's right. Rumble. It's an easy download. And yeah, Pappy, I know that. He said, Steve, 80 to 90% of your damn show so far tonight's been about the hurricane and addressing the supply chain issues and all that. I'm going to have to set that monkey gouger straight. And yes, honestly, if things get out of control over there and nuclear war breaks out, all these problems we've got here at home today, right now, are going to seem minuscule in the big picture, you know. Well, there was one other supply chain related issue, totally separate story, and honestly, I hadn't really heard anything about it. Big Sexy sent me a link, something in regards to the Mississippi River levels being dangerously low in some areas. So I did a little searching because it didn't give a whole lot of information. Water levels on the lower Mississippi River are dangerously low in some areas and may slow or even stop barge traffic just as the corn and soybean harvest starts. Uh-oh. Most of the fall export business is for soybeans at the U.S. Gulf, and the persisting low water can be problematic for shippers who need to move the new crop downriver. The U.S. Department of Agriculture noted in their weekly grain transportation report for the week ending September 17th, so that's 10 days ago, barge grain movements totaled 209,600 tons, 16% more than the previous week. 130 grain barges moved downriver, which was 25 fewer barges than the prior week. Yes, some of the slowdown can be attributed to a late start to the southern harvest and the slow movement down the LMR. Demand at the Gulf has been bid triple digits for spot top quality soybean barges all month long. And they talk about the draft, the water levels, the distance between the water line and the deepest point of the boat. For a barge, when river conditions are good, it's about 12 feet at 1,500 tons. On the Illinois, barges are regularly loaded to about 9-foot draft at 900 tons, but each foot of draft that's reduced means a barge's cargo is cut by 200 tons, and it's going to cost shippers, as they're going to be paying the same amount for the freight to ship less quantity. Yeah, and that's going to create the need for more barges to pick up the slack. I guess what more upward pressure on inflation that would create? Okay, Eskimo Mom is on board. Hey there, kind of a crazy start to your morning, wasn't it?
Yes, sir, it is. It was like my load got canceled, and then did a local going to Troy, and as I'm gating out, I get a phone call saying, they're loading up your load, and so it's like, oh my God, I'm going like, oh brother. So here I am. I'm running my load right now. Running the regular load I'm supposed to be running. It's going to be late because it did not come out till late, and I got back. It's just one messed up night.
Some days are better than others.
Some days you're the windshield, some days you're the bug.
That's it.
But with that nice little hurricane down there, with the water levels of the Mississippi having issues, all that hurricane needs to do is just kind of nudge itself a little to the west and come over Ohio, western Pennsylvania, parts of northern Kentucky, and places like that, and give ourselves a nice good soaking, and maybe that'll help some of that water level downstream.
Right.
Because I know we've all been running. Seems like for us in my home area, we've been running a little dry here lately. And it's just everything's been going. Pretty much most of the stuff's been going around us, going north of us, south of us, and it's just the way the weather patterns have been going. It's been crazy.
So aside from that, everything else been going all right?
Oh yeah, just work, eat, sleep. But part of the reason I wanted to call and give you an update on what's going on. Also wanted to speak to Eagle about burying the utility lines. It's a great idea, and they're Jim Cantori and some of the others one of the guys was in Naples on the Weather Channel here earlier today, and they're showing like some of those areas where the utility lines are buried, they weren't experiencing the power outages. But the only problem is that it's like with the salt water issues and with the flooding issues. What's going to happen when those transformers are buried in water?
Correct.
Or with the infrastructure or the other parts of the infrastructure. So it's a double-edged sword right now, and until they can figure out some sort of secondary way of powering things that doesn't include batteries, doesn't include like coal-fired generation, we're just going to have to deal with it.
Yeah, last I checked, water and electricity are not a good mix, right? And yeah, that's the issue with all the down power lines and the flooding. About 15 past the hour. Looking at destructive flooding, submerged places like Fort Myers Beach and Naples. Scenes of chaos and winds cutting power to, they're inching up toward 2.5 million outages. Latest number, 2,387,000 customers without power. As I mentioned earlier, and each outage, that could be a home with 2, 3, 4 people. So, yeah, the numbers continue to climb this morning. Naples, yes, massive flooding in Naples. Even inundated a fire station with firefighters rushing to save emergency equipment and gear. The video showing a fire station of the Naples Fire Rescue Department flooded out. Firefighters grabbing equipment from a submerged fire truck, wading through waters about waist deep, headed back inside the station. The situation in Naples has been dire throughout the afternoon Wednesday. Hundreds of residents reportedly trapped, calling for assistance. The city's Gulf Shore Boulevard looked like an ocean, as one reporter put it. Submerged cars pushed up against buildings by the floods. All right, it is 844-3388. Hang in there, Vic. We'll get to you coming up here. Midnight Rider's on board first. Morning, Midnight Rider.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Summers. I hear you having a problem with the old UB-Tubby. Buddy, just like I called you the other night, I've got the answers to all the questions. The weatherman couldn't even tell you where the hurricane was going to hit, but guess what? The old Midnight Rider told you where it was going to go, right?
Yeah, you did.
So, buddy, you got my number there, I guess, right, bud? My suggestion with the UB-Tubby is take and make a best of clip, maybe a little 5-minute segment from your show each night that you know that will be clean. And YouTube ain't gonna mess with you about. I mean, even if it's you reading a story, you know, it don't necessarily have to have a caller in it. And just post that as a promotional video. Take all your other videos down. The good thing about Google is that's what everybody uses to search everything out, Steve. So you really need a presence on there, buddy. I mean, that would be my suggestion to you. I mean, I've only been dealing with them daggone people for close to 15 years now. I kind of jumped in on it when it was new. I made some money off of it over the years, and I've had the same problems out of channels. They just come along and just start knocking down the videos and everything else.
Yeah.
But that would be my suggestion. Just make you a little promotional video every day, 5-minute segment, put it up there with a way to get to your Rumble. And I think that'd work out great for you, buddy. But the old Nord Stream pipeline there, buddy, I want to remind people now, we never did see Osama bin Laden. Now, I know this is getting out in the weeds, buddy. It's getting way out there. But daggone, Osama bin Laden, they gave him a sea burial. That's what Obama said. We're going to bury him in the sea.
I remember.
In the Muslim tradition. And there's one thing that I hope everybody remembers. Osama bin Laden was part of the Mujahideen. back in the day. And that was basically a daggone CIA operation over in Afghanistan to get the Russians out. So basically, they made the world's biggest CIA agent disappear. And this ain't the first time somebody said Osama bin Laden's dead. And what I'm saying, buddy, is it wouldn't surprise me to find out that Osama bin Laden set up a submarine and went down there and took out that Nord Stream pipeline, buddy.
Okay.
I know it's a far stretch, buddy, but the CIA works in weird ways.
Yeah.
Just saying, buddy, just saying. But daggone, it's cold up here tonight. Up here on the mountain there. I don't know if you ever got my picture. I sent you a little email with a picture of my buddy out there in the front yard is sniffing around there.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, buddy. Well, it's got so daggone cold. I've had to bring the daggone plants inside. I'm afraid it's going to daggone frost up here. It is 40 degrees right now, buddy, outside. Up on top of the mountain, the Raven Rock, here in Jenkins, Kentucky, buddy. That's what everybody calls it. Where my house is, they call it the Raven Rock. Because only people foolish enough to go up there is the daggone Ravens. So. But, buddy, I tell you what, I feel for them people in Florida. What I was seeing about, they was people in their houses getting flooded.
Yep.
And, of course, old Jim Cantore or Cantone or whatever his name's out there hanging on the street signs and whatnot. Steve, can this old guy give up his gimmick, buddy? I know I've watched the Weather Channel for daggone about ever since it come out. I guess they've been around about 40-some years now that I know of anyway. Well, maybe 35, I don't know. But daggone, every time there's a storm, they put that old cat out there, and he's hanging on the daggone road signs and out in the middle of a blizzard, and daggone a tree limb hits him today, and everybody's saying it's a daggone tree fell on them. But I'm telling you, today, it was just a sign that he needs to give up that gimmick.
That's what he lives for. They've gone all season, all the Atlantic hurricane season, unable to put Cantore out there to have his day in the limelight. He had it yesterday, and he'll be out there again today, obviously. And we'll be back into...
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig mattress. The Big Rig mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
A couple minutes before we get our news break, bottom of the hour, as we roll into a Thursday. Of course, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing your lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators. A lot of generators being used right about now. Anything that may be sitting around for an extended period of time with gas in it. Sta-Bil Storage keeps gas fresh up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues. For your fuel system, store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. Yeah, somebody mentioned it earlier. Biden's latest gaffe. Yeah, just raising additional questions mentally. Where is he? Yeah, White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre struggling to defend Biden's slip-up yesterday when he seemed to call for a deceased congresswoman at a conference on health and nutrition. Jackie Walorski, the Republican from Indiana, he was calling for her to stand up in the crowd to be acknowledged at Wednesday's event at the White House, forgetting apparently that she died in a car crash a month ago. ABC News reporter asked Jean-Pierre why the president called for Walorski during the press briefing. And this is the way she tried to explain it away. The president was, as you all know, you guys were watching today's event, a very important event for food security or insecurity. The president was naming congressional champions on this issue and was acknowledging her incredible work. Now, he had already planned to welcome the congresswoman's family to the White House on Friday, where there'll be a bill signing in her honor, coming up this Friday. So, of course, she was on his mind, top of the mind for the president. Well, Vega then repeated Biden's remark, where he said, "Jackie, are you here? Where's Jackie? She must not be here." He forgot that she was dead. Just trying to explain it away, and several other reporters tried to continue pressing. One guy said, "Karen, I love John Lennon. He's on top of my mind just about every day, but I'm not looking for him. He's dead, right?" To which she responded, "Well, when you sign a bill for John Lennon as president, then we can have this conversation. Just like we're moving on." But multiple reporters apparently posed the question, why did Joe not apologize for the mistake as the press secretary tried to move on? I mean, she died in a car accident in Indiana on August the 3rd, along with her district director, Zachary Potts, and her communications director, Emma Thompson. You may recall hearing that in the headline, the congresswoman that passed away. But so here we are, nearly 2 months later, and the president looking for her. Is she here? Come on, Karen, stand up. Our number, 844-844-3388. You just got to wonder. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. In a recent personal essay on her website, Katie Couric says she was diagnosed with breast cancer in June on her 8th wedding anniversary. A 65-year-old journalist reveals she has since had surgery to remove a tumor along with radiation treatments, and with her final round of radiation coming on Tuesday. She says she's feeling fine, and one of the points of the post is to remind people to get regular mammograms. She was 6 months late on hers because of the pandemic. And Roger Maris has now got company. Aaron Judge hit his 61st home run of the season Wednesday, tying Maris for the most homers in a single season by an American League player. Barry Bonds, Mark McGwire, and Sammy Sosa each passed Maris between 1998 and 2001, but because of their links to performance-enhancing drugs, many consider 61 to be the magic number and the all-time record. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com.
Have you heard? The United States Mint has issued the Morgan Silver Dollar for the first time in 100 years. Not only that, but they are also minted in 99.9% pure silver for the first time ever in history. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 175,000 legal tender silver dollars were issued. These Morgan Silver Dollars are brand new, bright and shiny legal tender coins minted by the iconic Philadelphia Mint. Just call 1-800-888-7630 and you're guaranteed a new 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. The first time in history this has happened. But with limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. If you order now, you will receive a free collector bonus, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new Morgan Silver Dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com. ace-urethane.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesmaned the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested.
Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive. All right, back at it here. Just watching those numbers. Getting closer and closer to 2.5 million. That's the power outage numbers there in Florida. Yeah, up and away. 2,453,000 and some change at this hour. You ever craving a Happy Meal? McDonald's announcing their plan to offer new adult Happy Meals with nostalgic toys next month. Iconic figures. Some of the popular McDonald's characters, the Grimace, the Hamburglar, and Birdie, as well as a new character, Cactus Buddy, with orders of a Big Mac or 10-piece chicken McNuggets with fries and a drink. Pretty much your typical, what they call it, value meal. And it's all going to be inside a Happy Meal-inspired cactus plant flea market box. Starting October the 3rd. A little stroll down memory lane, right? When's the last time you got a Happy Meal? The new adult Happy Meals, part of a collaboration between McDonald's and the Cactus Plant Flea Market, which I'm not even familiar with. The popular streetwear brand. It's been worn by the likes of Kanye West, Pharrell Williams. Maybe that's why I'm not familiar with it. We're taking one of the most nostalgic McDonald's experiences and literally repackaging it in a new way that's hyper relevant for our adult fans. Well, there you go. Starting October 3rd. Yeah, give me a Big Mac Happy Meal. I might just have to try one. Who was your favorite? The Hamburglar or the Grimace? All right, Vic, hang it in there. Morning, Vic. What's going on?
Hey, good morning, Steve. You got me there?
We got you. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. I was just thinking about there's going to be a lot of grandkids going to be getting a lot of Happy Meal toys, I imagine.
Yep.
I guess that McDonald's is going to try to help out someone in selling their toys or whatever. That's the way things go in the corporate world. If you have a friend on the board or someplace and you have something that you can't move, and they come up with a promotion that oddly enough involves something that you're producing. But back to I really called about that Nord Stream 2 explosion, but you're talking about all that is happening down there in Florida. Didn't the storm surge and the high tide, didn't that coincide together or something down there in Florida that made that flooding worse? Or I thought I'd seen something on that today, that the storm surge of the water after the hurricane and the high tide was going to coordinate. And Monkey Gouger's talking about stuff up there in South Carolina. I was thinking about all those Burmese pythons down there in the Everglades. And here, when the typhoons, I believe it was the Philippines, when they hit over there, they had a lot of problems with snakes and all the buildings and everything. They were the pest control people were busy going and getting the snakes out of buildings and everything else. So I don't know how far that they traveled up from Florida to Georgia or whatever, but the hurricane can pick a little bit of anything up, or tornadoes, and move them quite a distance. But back to what I really called about was this Nord Stream 2 pipeline. There's an allied NATO exercise going on over in that area and in the Baltic Sea. And they have two seismic networks over there, the Swedish and Danish seismic network, and a fellow from the Danish network, I believe it was, he said that the seismology recorded something quite similar to what happened when the Swedish Navy has conducted training exercises using depth charges and undersea mines. And they notified the Swedish Armed Forces, and they haven't gotten a reply. And the other thing that went along with that is, for some reason, the Russians, Gazprom, had increased the pressure on that pipeline. I don't know if they thought, who knows what happened, but it could be something that not really deliberate sabotage, but it could have just been a mistake there, because if something went off over there and the pressure had increased on the pipeline, water pretty well transmits all the pressure. It actually multiplies the pressure through hydraulics. So, who knows? Maybe somebody put a depth charge in closer than what they thought it was, or whatever. But whenever the fellow was talking about Osama bin Laden, Russia has been using mercenaries pretty much there in Ukraine. And they have been using some people out of Syria and some people that have been connected in with ISIS and some other people, along with the normal mercenaries that Russia has hired. And for the life of me, I'm still trying to figure out why Putin even went into Ukraine. I mean, it made no sense. And now, with the Nord Stream pipeline shut down, if they do decide to sell any gas into Europe, because of the feud I understand that was going on, was that Europe wanted to put price caps on their on Russian energy, and so Russia, then they just shut the pipeline off to Europe, and that's what the feud was really about. Was they weren't going to accept, Russia wasn't going to accept the price caps, and Russia needs the money inflows. There's no question about that. But now, if they have to go back to using the Ukrainian pipeline system, which they were trying to bypass, that's going to seriously affect what they can bomb in Ukraine or whatever they're trying to do over there. But like I said, for the life of me, I know a lot of people around Putin have, some of his foreign ministers, I think at last count, 15 of them have met untimely deaths.
Yep.
And I just, they're in the Donbass and all that they're having those fake elections right now. A lot of those people wanted to go back to Russia. I know there was some fighting going on there, but things were going his way. And why he decided to invade up there around Kiev, which they don't want anything to do with Russia, or Belarus, I couldn't understand. And there was no strategic reason for him to really invade Ukraine as big as Russia is. And the other thing is, he was worried about NATO. They said, NATO and joining EU was the big reason that he wanted to invade Ukraine, to make sure they didn't join that. Well, there are a lot of people in the EU and NATO, they objected to bringing Ukraine in there anyway, because Ukraine was not in very good financial stability, and the EU didn't need any more economic basket cases. They have enough of them already anyway. And then when you look at the whole deal with the NATO and that the defensive posture there was quite some question as to whether even the NATO people wanted them in there, because that meant that Ukraine would have to start buying all the NATO, the new fighter jets and everything else, and they were going to have to commit so much of their GDP, and Ukraine really didn't have that money to commit because Ukraine owed Russia a lot of money. I mean, I for the life of me, I cannot understand what Putin was thinking of when he invaded Ukraine. Excuse me, because if he would have just held it, as they say, hold the cards close to the vest, he would have gotten what he wanted probably in 2 or 3 years. And in the meantime, he would have made Europe dependent on Russia for energy. So I don't know. We have two, what I want to say, senile old men run the two world's greatest superpowers.
Yep.
Really doesn't give you a comforting thought. But, the whole deal is, I believe that whole explosion over there was a whole series of areas between NATO exercises and Russia ramping up the pressure on that pipeline. And, odd things can happen when you deal with high pressure gas lines. And real quick, you talk about those fires in the food plants over here. I believe a lot of those food plants went to ammonia refrigeration, which is flammable. And the new hydrofluorocarbons that they use, it's called Puron. I forget the exact number there. But anyway, that's also slightly flammable because they've got away from the old R-22, the chlorofluorocarbons, because they said that was widening the ozone layer. So, again, you go to messing with high-pressure gas pipes and everything else, you can get yourself in a lot of trouble real quick because they're just a pinhole leak or a pressure sensor doesn't click off the like when your gas, like me, you have electric. But anyway, those gas things, whenever they work, all those valves have to click together just right. And like if a pallet light goes out, that's a thermocouple. That has to shut everything down.
Yeah.
My wife, she doesn't like gas, and that's why we have electric and everything. But there's so many things that can go wrong. So, like I said, they'll never admit, NATO will never admit any sort of somebody dropped a discharge too quick or set off a missile or something of that range. But again, the way it's going to affect this country is somebody's going to need a lot of natural gas, and if we don't have it and Russia can't provide it, I don't know, the price could go up pretty sharply, pretty quick like. And I was looking at a thing today where they said, that they're doing everything they can to hold the price of West Texas Intermediate down, even though those hurricanes are coming into the Gulf and disrupting the supply. That they're basically what they're trying to do, Steve, is break everybody to where they can't afford to buy gasoline.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what they admitted to initially. And then the backlash when the prices at the pumps started skyrocketing, they know that's, of course, right now, we're just weeks away from the midterms. The last thing this administration needs is another big jump. If the prices at the pump go up, you know what happens? The inflation numbers go higher. Yeah, the only reason inflation has been appearing to stabilize is because we had seen a pretty decent drop in prices at the pump. We got to get a quick chime out. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Now, were you aware that FEMA actually monitors, like, if a Waffle House is going to close down? Because if the Waffle House is shutting down, the shish kebab's hitting the fan, right? And that's no joke. Yeah, Waffle House restaurant closures, which are monitored by the Federal Emergency Management Agency as a gauge of how local communities are dealing with weather emergencies. Now, as of Wednesday morning, 11 Waffle House locations were closed ahead of Ian. Major truck stop chains had been monitoring, hoping to stay open to provide fuel and supplies for first responders and community members. As of Wednesday morning, some of those had shut their doors as well to ensure the safety of their employees. Going back to 1 o'clock this past afternoon, the Love's locations in Fort Myers, obviously, and Moorhaven, Florida, were shut down. Pilot Flying J, Fort Myers, Punta Gorda, Ellenton, Florida, Bartow, Haines City, and Seffner, Florida. All those shut down as of this past afternoon. Probably going to be a whole lot more in the coming days. I shudder to think what we're going to witness, what we're going to see when the sun comes up later on this morning. Right-wing nut.
Yes. Just call in and talk about the flare-up between Heatwave and I on that solitaire game. It was a spider solitaire, and apparently I was using a Pinnacle deck of cards.
Oh,
Pinnacle. So,
you're right. Yeah, that'll screw things up big time.
Yeah. So, other than that, ain't a whole hell of a lot out there going on right now. I also work at Yellow Freight, and like Heatwave says, it is a shish kebab show and a cluster bomb going on right now. Nobody knows anything. And if someone says they know what's going on, they're a damn liar. There's not even the central dispatch people there at the corporate office. They don't even know what in the hell's going on.
Really?
So, it's things look good on paper, but you put it in practice, that's when the rubber meets the road. And they're just slinging that crap around like a bunch of monkeys out there waiting for something to hit the wall and stick. Oh, I tell you what, them cigars are getting...
Yeah, it's about time for a shot of bourbon and a big Cubano, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I mean, you might have a difficult time getting those Cuban cigars. You heard some of that tobacco crop got wiped out by that hurricane there in Cuba.
Well, I'm not doing them Cuban cigars no more. I'm getting them down from Central America. We're at Costa Rica. So them turbine turbos, tubulars, whatever the hell they call them damn things. They a little mild. It tastes pretty good, almost like chocolate.
Oh.
So, but yeah, I tell you what, that this yellow change of operations, they've been better off letting the monkey do this because they have absolutely no idea. And I'm not a mushroom, but they keep me in the dark and they feed me a bunch of shish kebab. And I ain't the only one out here that's a little upset with them. But, yeah, well.
Well, keep us informed, Wingnut. Inquiring minds would like to know. All right, what do we see? Update on Ian. They call it the intermediate advisory from like 2 a.m. Yeah, man, going back to 9 o'clock this past evening, Ian was down to a Category 2, had dropped to a Category 1 hurricane by 11 p.m. Eastern Time Wednesday night. By 2 a.m., they did say that the wind intensity was going to continue decreasing. 2 a.m. Eastern Time, maximum sustained winds were at 75 miles per hour. So I guess technically still a minimal Category 1 hurricane. But think of that, how many hours this thing has been over land and still maintaining those sort of wind speeds with the torrential rains that continue to fall there. All right, that was an update from the National Hurricane Center. A couple minutes before we hit news update, top of the hour. And, of course, coming up next hour, your chance to win $1,000, which actually happens 4 times each workday. TNCRadio.live. We'll have our next keyword this morning, to which you enter at TNCRadio.live or use the TNCRadio.live app. It's that simple. Every keyword is another entry into the day's drawing. It's the $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway at TNCRadio.live, brought to you by Hot Shot Secret. Authorities in Oklahoma say one person passed away in a multi-vehicle crash in Noble County yesterday. Apparently, smoke from a grass fire had dramatically reduced visibility there. This is actually Tuesday afternoon. I-35 in Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Grass fire reducing visibility, contributing to the crash that involved several semis, motorhomes, and passenger vehicles. Local media reports say the crash involved 4 semi-trucks, 2 mobile homes, and 2 other commercial vehicles. Confirmed. 1 did pass away at the scene there. Then there were 3 kids seriously hurt in a wreck between a school bus. I saw the photographs of this. A school bus and a semi-truck in Nebraska, in Champion, Nebraska. The bus attempted to make a left-hand turn off of Highway 15A when a 1992 Peterbilt hauling a loaded grain trailer collided with the bus. Semi-truck then struck the rear passenger side of the school bus, sending it spinning 90 degrees before overturning on the driver's side. Again, several kids injured there. 11 students between the ages of 6 and 11 were on the bus. 3 of those had to be transported to the regional trauma center a short time later. So, all right, news update.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Police in Oakland, California are actively searching for a suspect involved in a shooting at a school Wednesday that left 6 people wounded. 2 of the victims are in critical but stable condition. It happened on a campus that houses 4 different schools, including a high school and a middle school. All of the victims are adults and are affiliated with the campus. Oakland Assistant Chief Officer Darren Allison says when officers arrived on scene, they immediately began making entry into the school.
We are currently and actively looking for at least one shooter, although there may be other individuals involved.
Hurricane Ian has weakened to a Category 3 storm, still a major hurricane, as it slowly plows across Florida. Sustained winds are still at 115 miles per hour with 180-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That in addition to heavy rain and flooding. Ian made landfall Wednesday over Lee County. Officials there report widespread damage. Lee County Sheriff Carmine Marcino urged residents to stay put until officials get the all clear.
Things may look nice. The weather breaks. Everybody wants to get out. But there are down power lines. There are trees. There are hazards everywhere.
He added that he's gotten reports of extensive damage.
Rooftops floating down the street, vehicles just going into the ocean.
There could be changes in the classroom instruction in Michigan.
Michigan's GOP gubernatorial hopeful is taking a page out of Florida's playbook. Tudor Dixon and running mate Shane Hernandez announced on Tuesday their Age-Appropriate Classroom Instruction Act proposal. Dixon told a crowd in Lansing the act would require school districts to ensure their schools do not provide classroom instruction on sexual orientation or gender identity in grades K through 3 or in any manner that is not age or developmentally appropriate. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
This is USA Radio News.
Stress. It never seems to end when you owe money to the IRS. What about the years of unfiled tax returns? Have you tried another tax service and gotten nowhere? Then you need Tax Alliance. Why? Years of being A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau with no consumer complaints sets them apart. Call 800-987-1097. That's 800-987-1097. Don't wait until the IRS attacks your wages, bank account, your home or pension, and even your Social Security check. Tax Alliance specializes in IRS tax relief programs, including the Fresh Start Initiative, which can finally free yourself from IRS debt. Their tax professionals can file returns, fight the IRS to substantially lower your IRS debt, or possibly even have it forgiven. If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes, have unfiled tax returns, or have a payment plan and are still frustrated, call 800-987-1097. That's 800-987-1097.
Tax Alliance, your tax resolution solution.
Florida Senator Marco Rubio offered Fox News an update Wednesday on the effects and outlook of catastrophic Hurricane Ian, which made landfall in Lee County that afternoon.
Well, it's going to be a long 36 hours. This is a slow-moving storm. We've got all kinds of risks here. The storm surge has gotten a lot of attention, rightfully so. There's going to be a lot of rain on already drenched land, and so you're going to have flooding that way. We have tornado warnings that extend now out all the way to eastern central Florida. Of course, the wind. This is still going to be a Category 2, maybe low Category 3 hurricane as it works its way through central Florida.
More than 1 million Floridians are without power, and evacuations are being made as far over as St. Johns County on the Atlantic coast. A final thought from the senator. I'm very satisfied with FEMA, he continued. I think the cooperation has been excellent and always has been. Roger Maris now has company. Aaron Judge hit his 61st home run of the season Wednesday, tying Maris for the most homers in a single season by an American League player. New York Yankees beat the Toronto Blue Jays to lock up the AL East crown. And after the game, Yankees skipper Aaron Boone talked about the team's 20th American League East title and Judge's chase of Maris.
It's awesome to see the discipline that he's showing and just the consistency of at-bats, while he's going through this with all the attention around it. But to see him rack up quality at-bat after quality at-bat is impressive.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
David was in big trouble with the IRS.
At first, I didn't owe that much, but after this year, it was out of control.
Then David called Get a Tax Lawyer.
Right away, they were like, oh yeah, looks like you're qualified to save.
Get a Tax Lawyer went to work.
Should have called way sooner.
Get a Tax Lawyer has helped thousands like David fight the IRS and get a fresh start.
Call 800-745-3070. That's 800-745-3070.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looks like weather conditions on the west coast of Florida greatly improving this morning. The rains have pretty much ended from right about Spring Hill, Florida. Rains have ended in Tampa, down to Bradenton, southern portions of the state. Looks like the center of circulation, best I could say, is somewhere still almost due east of Tampa, over in central portions of the state, still south of Orlando. In that zone from Orlando to Daytona Beach and up to Jacksonville, that's where the heaviest rains continue to sweep in off the coast. Got the onshore flow there. So the wind's coming in. That's why they actually had some storm surge issues for that part of the country. Meanwhile, our number, 844-844-3388. Get that final hour underway on a Thursday morning. How about that weekend is almost here? Wow. Well, they're at it again. Let's go after the gun makers when somebody commits a heinous crime, right? Survivors of a mass shooting in July that killed 6 and injured dozens in the Chicago suburb have now sued the gun maker, Smith & Wesson brands, accusing them of deliberately marketing their weapons to violence-prone young men via social media and advertisements reminiscent of video games. A series of lawsuits filed in Lake County, Illinois Circuit Court. The survivors, including relatives of those killed, said the Springfield, Massachusetts-based company, quote, knowingly sought to place their weapons in the hands of disturbed young men by targeting and exploiting the risk-seeking, often troubling desires of these consumers. Smith & Wesson did not immediately respond to request for comment. This lawsuit, though, alleging that Smith & Wesson knowingly advertised their weapons, including the M&P model, the rifle that was used to appeal to these militaristic fantasies of troubled young men. Now, the marketing included the M&P name for military and police, which said they falsely implied an endorsement by the U.S. military and law enforcement. It also includes the use of social media influencers and ads resembling first-person shooter games like Call of Duty. So this guy and other would-be mass shooters are highly susceptible to the disturbing promotional messages from Smith & Wesson. holding gun makers liable in court historically has been almost impossible. There was a 2005 federal law, the Protection of Lawful Commerce in Arms Act, that largely shields them from lawsuits over crimes committed by their products. It does make an exception if they market them illegally. So I guess roundabout way, all this can be doing is trying to convince the courts that their marketing tactics were illegal. Grasping for straws, but morning, Horse Feathers.
Morning, Your Honor. So, do these gun makers do they sponsor these video games, or do they put advertisements in these video games? Is that what they're trying to say?
I don't know what they're trying to say.
You're just reading the news. I understand.
Yep.
All right. So, anyways, hey, you mentioned there about the barges out there on the Mississippi. Now, the tows that they build up there, they put all those barges together and call them a tow, and so with the lower water and you can have less draft to your barge, so you have to put less weight on it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, can they add more barges to those tows? See, I'm asking you something that you have not a clue, not an idea, or any way to give an answer. But out there for the rest of the world, can you add more barges to those tows? I mean, can you if you normally run 12 barges down the Mississippi with a tugboat or whatever, or I don't know, I guess you don't let them just drift down there by themselves. But can you add 3 more or 6 more to go to 15 or 18 barges? So the amount of weight you have to take off the other ones, you add into these extra barges you put in, and your tugboat or whatever really isn't pulling a whole lot more weight, just a little bit extra weight for the barges, but you're still kind of moving the same amount of grain capacity with every trip. So theoretically, if that's possible, the increase in transportation really shouldn't be a lot, as long as there's enough barges to do the job. And the barges, I imagine, doing that are the same problem that there is in the fuel industry. It's a one-way business for a lot of stuff. I mean, you run those barges down the Mississippi with grain, and there's probably not a lot down there in New Orleans to load them back up with to take them back north. And so I don't know if they, how much they, if they put cement or, stone or anything like that. I don't know if they run that back north or if they have to run them empty. But
I mean, I'd assume. I mean, they're probably running. When you're running the bar, you're probably running as much, as long and as wide as you can, because they have to be able to navigate the twists and the turns and whatnot. So.
Well, that's what I was saying, but I didn't know if they were also weight bound. So I mean, if the tug can only move so many, handle maneuvering so much weight, if you take so many hundreds of thousands of pounds out of every barge, you can still put that weight back in another one if there's room to get them down the river. So that was the question. But anyways, it kind of goes to the natural gas deal here, and you had somebody mention that why worry about the rest of the world when we got our own problems? But right now, our oil and gas producers, they sell gas and oil to whoever's going to pay the most amount of money. And at this point, the European nations are paying the most amount of money for their gas. So pretty much anything that's produced here is earmarked to go to the European Union before it gets used in the United States. So right now you got propane and natural gas being loaded onto ships, and they're running across the pond there over there to the Europeans, and it's that money's getting high dollar for the shipping, and of course that's the same type of transportation. I mean that's one way that ship has to be paid in full with its load going east to make the round trip, because there's nothing over there to put on that ship to bring back. So So anyways, but when it comes to your home heating fuel, you know, your home heating oil, your gas, you know, natural gas and your propane, all of it's going overseas first. It's not staying in this country. So don't be surprised when your prices go up, like Vic was saying. The prices here are going to go up because there's going to be a shortage of it. And when grain drying season starts here, it probably already has a little bit out there in Iowa and Nebraska and all that, start drying corn and soybeans. If they dry them a little bit, you're going to start burning a lot of propane out there, and any reserve there is going to be gone in real short order. So, what happens around the rest of the world seriously affects what happens here. So, you know, not only do we have our own problems, but we definitely got to watch what's going on over there. So, anyways, I don't know what else can we get going. I didn't realize what was that guy's name there, Aaron Judge? Does he play for the Yankees? By the sounds of the newscast there, I was hearing that sounds like he's a Yankee.
You're asking me a sports question. I don't even know who Aaron Judge plays for.
All right. I didn't know if you had a news report on him there at all, but it kind of made it sound like it. So that'd be kind of cool that, you know, not only did he tie the record for Roger Maris, but he also plays on the same team.
Yeah.
So, but anyways, so I guess with that, we're just sitting back here and waiting to see what the impending storm's going to do and which way it's going to go and how much we're going to get. And as I was saying there yesterday, they're talking, you know, later Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, I guess at this point. I don't know, somewhere in there. I don't know if it's Friday or Saturday at this point. But anyways, the first day of it, I guess, is supposed to be the heaviest, and then start tapering off.
Yeah.
But there's still.
Yeah, by the time it gets up there, it's going to be more or less just the remnants of a tropical depression. You know, remnants of a tropical rainstorm. Yeah. That's it. All right, Horse Feathers. Thank you much. Truck and Phil is on board. Hey there. Good morning. Morning, Steve, and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Coffee up. Happy Thursday. Our friends made it back to Fort Wayne safely from Florida. On the other hand, we have some cousins that hunkered down in the Sarasota area. They live down there year-round, and my sister-in-law lives in Sebring, Florida. They're hunkered down as well. Last they heard, everyone's doing okay. So prayers for those in Florida. Anyway, ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan, and make that flip back to Fort Wayne. Semper Fi, says Truck and Phil. All right, it's 844-844-3388. We return into...
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Just what? NYPD. You a cop?
All right, where we leave off there. Under the industry headlines, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association asking the FMCSA, why ain't you doing nothing? Well, why has there been little movement over the past 2 years on a popular petition asking for increased protection for truckers against unscrupulous freight brokers? A letter to the FMCSA's now new administrator, Robin Hutchinson. OOIDA calls for the agency to give us an update on the broker transparency petition that was filed in May of 2020. I remember talking about that at the time. Yeah, isn't that amazing? You know, all the time that goes by, and what are you doing? Sitting on your hands over there. In the petition, OOIDA requests the FMCSA require brokers to provide an electronic copy of each transaction record automatically within 48 hours after the contractual service has been completed, and to prohibit explicitly brokers from including any sort of a provision in their contract that requires a motor carrier to waive their rights to access to the transaction records. That's, I guess, the loophole that many brokers, to some say are the unscrupulous brokers, have been using for years. They put in the contract, yeah, you don't get to see. The petition asking the FMCSA to work to close these loopholes in the existing rule, which requires brokers to keep records of transactions with motor carriers and grants each party involved in the transaction the right to review the records. Right now, there are many carriers that sign contracts with the broker that waives those requirements because doing so is a prevalent industry practice. Also, many brokers who do technically provide transaction records install hurdles so the carriers will likely never manage to actually see the records. Our recommendation is to enhance compliance with 49 CFR 371.3 are not attempts to control the rates or impose burdensome requirements. We're simply looking to ensure that motor carriers have access to the documents that they have the right to view. So they filed this petition, again, spring of 2020. The FMCSA did hold some listening sessions, and they accepted public comments on the broken transparency issues. But they've never provided any sort of an update on the petition since that public comment period ended, which, again, that was probably nearly 2 years ago. Hey, back with Gilligan. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Steve. I just sent you a story. I figured maybe you haven't seen it yet. But once again, the storm had pulled the water out of Tampa Bay. Did you see that?
I heard that it dropped to, water levels dropped, like nearly 6 feet in some areas? Way, way down.
Yeah. And one of the people on the chat line on Facebook thought it was the Gulf. Kind of reiterating, I mentioned it on the chat line, but it's Tampa Bay. It's not the Gulf. That the water was sucked out of. I understand.
Because I remember when that happened a few years ago, you saw people that were actually walking out there, and it's like, hey, dummy, that water's going to come rushing back in at some point.
Exactly. I don't understand these people. They're everywhere. You know, it's like the people out there staying on the barrier islands when a Cat 4 hurricane's coming in. The storm surge is higher than what your island is. What do you expect? You know, it's I don't understand it. Never will. I'm going to give you an update on one of our listeners. I don't think she's ever actually called in. I know you remember checking in. That's Morning Lori. You remember hearing from Morning Lori?
I remember,
right?
yes. I do, yeah.
Yeah, she messaged me earlier tonight. She's at Fort Pierce, which is St. Lucie, Fort St. Lucie, and all that. And right in that area, she's far enough south. Don't worry about Morning Lori. All she's getting is some severe wind and lots of thunder and lightning. She sent me about a minute-long video on that. And she hadn't got any wind at that point, and that was around 2 a.m. So I don't think, there's one of our listeners that we know is safe. So, yeah, I'll figure it out. Now, over where I live, I'm not far from Horse Feathers, like Horse Feathers said. But we're going to get, where I'm at, they're expecting over 5 inches of rain starting Friday night till Monday. I think the more heart of the storm is going to be over more my way than it is over in the Baltimore area. Sounds like what they're predicting it to run more up 81 than they are on 95.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm a little concerned about Friday night. Of course, I run down to North Carolina. I'm wondering what kind of weather conditions I'm going to be running into going down Friday night. And like Horse Feather said, it's not the heart of the storm is supposed to be Saturday. I mean, that's the hardest part of it. Yeah, the farther south I go, of course, the more I'm running into the teeth of it. So it might be a little interesting for me Friday night. We'll have to see, I'm glad Right Wingnut called in. Yeah, I tell you what, I don't know about that guy. He's trying to play solitaire with a pinochle deck.
Haven't you ever screwed up and got a deck of cards, not realized it was a pinochle deck of cards?
Yeah, but I don't think it would take too long to realize it, would you?
Well, it shouldn't.
I mean, uh-oh.
Yeah,
They hung up on me.
All
There
right.
you are.
All right.
Cut out there. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess he'd been hitting that Russian vodka a little hard or something. I mean, it just, he drinks a lot of that Russian vodka.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's why he's
says
got
it's
that
bourbon,
bald
but
spot.
I figured it out. He put food coloring in it to give it a different color. You know that? Yeah, I don't know about that, dude. Well, thanks for having me back, Steve.
All right,
Hope
Gilligan.
everybody has a good, safe night.
Just like the models in regards to Ian have pretty much changed all week long. Every morning here, we had change in the projection. Yeah, well, wait for the next model run. 5 hours later, we've got a change. And what had been, talking about the storm exiting the east side of Florida, it's looking like, okay, by about 8 o'clock this morning, it's getting close to the east side. What's his name? Philip said, maybe toward Cape Canaveral, east central Florida. Now they've got by 8 a.m. Friday, 24 hours later. This is the latest model depict. Like, this thing is going to be crawling up the coast. They've got the center of this thing located just right there east of the Georgia-Florida line Friday morning. 24 hours later, by 8 a.m. Saturday morning, it has now creeped up into southern portions of South Carolina. Another 24 hours later, it's centered up toward, say, Bristol, Tennessee. And now they're all the way up to Monday morning. Center of circulation all the way up to eastern portions of West Virginia, right along the line. So I don't think your Friday is going to be an issue at all there, Gilligan. And then finally by 8 a.m. Tuesday morning next week, they finally got the low moving off the shore, actually after crossing right over northern Maryland, Delaware. So a lot of rain up there. It sounds like, horse feathers, your weekend may not be too bad with rain. Maybe late in the weekend or early next week. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. In a recent personal essay on her website, Katie Couric says she was diagnosed with breast cancer in June on her 8th wedding anniversary. A 65-year-old journalist reveals she has since had surgery to remove a tumor, along with radiation treatments, and with her final round of radiation coming on Tuesday. She says she's feeling fine, and one of the points of the post is to remind people to get regular mammograms. She was 6 months late on hers because of the pandemic. And Roger Maris has now got company. Aaron Judge hit his 61st home run of the season Wednesday, tying Maris for the most homers in a single season by an American League player. Barry Bonds, Mark McGwire, and Sammy Sosa each passed Maris between 1998 and 2001, but because of their links to performance-enhancing drugs, many consider 61 to be the magic number and the all-time record. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com.
Have you heard? The United States Mint has issued the Morgan Silver Dollar for the first time in 100 years. Not only that, but they are also minted in 99.9% pure silver for the first time ever in history. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 175,000 legal tender silver dollars were issued. These Morgan Silver Dollars are brand new, bright and shiny legal tender coins minted by the iconic Philadelphia Mint. Just call 1-800-888-7630 and you are guaranteed a new 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. The first time in history this has happened. But with limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. If you order now, you will receive a free collector bonus, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new Morgan Silver Dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at HotShotSecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, I got clear lines at 844-844-3388. All right, how about it? Your chance to win $1,000. Are you ready for that keyword? Keyword number 2. That'll be our final keyword this morning. Take this and go to tncradio.live. You're going to enter the keyword coin. C-O-I-N, a coin. There you go, tncradio.live. Or use the tncradio.live app. And that's it. I'll ask you a few questions. Make sure you put that phone number down. That's the critical one. Because at the noon hour, that'd be the noon hour Central Time, I believe it is. 1 o'clock Eastern Time, that's when you might get a phone call. And if you don't pick up the phone, they'll move on to the next on the list. But it's $1,000 for additional keywords. Stick around, tncradio.live, 10 a.m. and 7 p.m. Eastern Time. And good luck from tncradio.live and Hot Shot Secret. I'm looking at I guess it's a drone view photograph, one of the staging areas, I'm guessing here in Florida. Somebody posted about 20 minutes ago. And I mean, there's hundreds, if not maybe 500 utility vehicles. And bus load after, buses. I guess they bring the buses in to transport all those line workers that were in those hundreds and hundreds of vehicles to take them somewhere. I don't know where they're putting them up for the night. I guess they're putting them up in hotels and whatnot in the various staging areas. But that is an incredible view. They'll all be fanning out when conditions allow later this morning in the process of trying to restore power. You know, in southern portions of the state, they should probably be out and about as we speak. They said they're going to be running pretty much round the clock. But as we continue to focus on northern Florida this morning, who's next on the list? As Gilligan mentioned, Georgia, Virginia, the Carolinas. Yeah, they may all be in the line of danger as beyond the hurricane in Florida. Once it moves off the eastern seaboard, that's why they've declared states of emergency for all those states. We've got tropical storm watches and warnings as well as storm surge warnings that have been posted there. Georgia, all the way up the coast of South Carolina, right up to about Myrtle Beach there. Now, we've been witnessing a quick loss in the wind overnight, probably by now below hurricane threshold, be a tropical storm, but still spinning over Florida, dropping torrential amounts of rain. But forecasters caution the center's looking more likely it's going to move all the way across the state, emerging out over the Atlantic Ocean, maybe by later today. And should that occur, it's going to drift off the coast of northeast Florida before turning back, moving inland once again, depending on just how long it sits off the southeastern coast there. We're going to be watching for intensification. It could actually climb back to hurricane status before it heads for the border of Georgia and South Carolina. Now, given the current track, the most likely timing for a second U.S. landfall would be late Friday afternoon or maybe Friday evening. We're going to see lots of rain, a large area of 2 to 4 inches of rain. Some areas could pick up 12 to 18 inches of rain. Coastal areas of Georgia and parts of South Carolina. And the southern Appalachians as well are going to be in the mix. I think that's the zone where Gilligan was talking about. They're talking a pocket of 4 to 8 inches of rain. Similar potential numbers, parts of Virginia and West Virginia. We'll be talking about Ian for yet another couple of days. All right, anybody wondering? We've wondered from the very beginning, researchers, scientists. I'm going back to the COVID pandemic. Remember early on when some people would be hospitalized on respirators and dying, while other people with the same virus would have no symptoms, wouldn't even know they were infected. Then what about those who've never had it? Yeah, there's a percentage of the population out there. They've been studying this. According to the CDC, 70% of the population has now had COVID at least one time. Some have had it 2 and 3 times, multiple times. But we all know people who've managed to dodge the bullet, dodge the virus entirely. Yeah, these so-called novids, or COVID virgins, as they call them. They may hold the secret to how to protect ourselves against the virus. According to an NBC News reports, disease experts are homing in on a few predictive factors besides behavior. It's not just the fact that they've been using the hand sanitizer and wearing the masks. It's more than just genetics. Yeah, T-cell immunity and the effects of inflammatory conditions like allergies and asthma. Researchers found genetics plays a huge role in preventing infection. For example, the genes that inhibit the expression of ACE2 receptors that invite the virus into cells can actually be a factor in preventing disease. But to find these genes, that's where the challenge comes in. While there still might be some genetics out there that do render people completely resistant, it's going to be incredibly hard to find. Yeah, people have already been looking intensely for 2 years now and haven't really come up with any actual results. In the early days, a community of scientists from around the world set up a global consortium called the COVID Human Genetic Effort, or WIRED, looking for a genetic explanation as to why some people would get so severely ill while others, mild cases, or didn't even know they had COVID at all. That is a great question. Well, the team has published the purpose and the background for the study. Their premise was some people may have pre-existing immunity for COVID-19, just the way genetic mutations confer a natural immunity to HIV, the norovirus, and other viruses, and a parasite that causes malaria. If you can figure out why somebody cannot get infected, then you can figure out how to prevent people from getting infected. That was the word from the team. So the studies continue, but we don't really have any answers to date. Our number, 844-844-3388, as we roll into a Thursday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Can I fix your drink?
No, thanks. Say, who owns this place?
That's right.
Who owns it?
Yeah.
You don't know who?
I've known who for years.
Look, where's your boss?
Who?
Your boss.
Yeah. He's at a ball game with somebody.
With somebody?
Yeah, he never goes to the ball game with me.
Who does it?
No, he goes to somebody.
Well, aren't you somebody?
No, I'm sorry.
It's a shame you think you're nobody.
I don't think I'm nobody.
You think you're who?
No, if I was, I'd be at the ball game with somebody.
If you were at the ball game, who would be here tending bar?
Unless he was at the ball game with me.
Who?
Yeah, and if he was, nobody would be here.
Nobody would be here?
He used to own this place, but he sold it.
To who?
Yeah, before that, nobody owned it.
Nobody owned it?
Yeah, it used to be called Nobody's Business.
Well, it's whose business now?
Yeah.
Well, where is everybody?
With nobody.
Everybody's with nobody?
That's okay, they're married.
Everybody's married?
To nobody.
Wow.
Everybody got a divorce because somebody was always at the ball game.
With who?
Every night. But everybody's nobody's sweetheart now. You know what I mean?
No.
You will.
I don't see how.
Oh, you won't see how. He owes everybody money.
Everybody?
Yeah, you remember Nobody's Sweetheart?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's bad news.
Who?
Oh, how?
Oh, brother.
By the way, I didn't catch your name.
Jim.
I'm sorry.
You're sorry?
Really sorry. My brother is never sorry.
Oh, your brother's never sorry?
He just got married.
To who?
No, to whose sister? He's got two sisters, you know.
Who does?
Yeah, who does? Lou-Hoo and You-Hoo.
Lou-Hoo and You-Hoo.
And two brothers.
Two brothers.
Wahoo and Stahoo.
Lou-Hoo, You-Hoo, Wahoo, Stahoo. Let me get this thing straight. Who's at the ball game with...
somebody.
How owes money to...
Everybody.
Everybody is...
He's nobody's sweetheart now.
You're...
really sorry.
And your brother is...
He's never sorry.
And he just married...
You.
You who?
Right.
So?
So, by marriage.
Yeah?
Who is sorry now? Can I fix your drink? On the house.
You mean?
Who's gonna pay for it?
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesmaned the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, so I got the email from Gilligan there. I had not seen the photographs. I'd heard the news reports about the blowout tide, as they call it. Yeah, the winds pushing the water out toward the Gulf of Mexico. Isn't that amazing? Just the opposite of what was anticipated. 48 hours earlier, the forecasters were saying we could see a 6 to 10 foot storm surge pushing into Tampa Bay, but ended up at one point in time with the opposite. I hadn't seen those photographs. That is just astounding. I mean, looks like they had kind of drained the bay. CBS News. As if the body of water had been drained and dried out. The reverse of storm surge. Well, yeah, the indicator that a hurricane's on the way. The blowout tide often occurs during low tide. Strong winds blowing directly offshore push the water out, exposing the bottom of the body of water. Yeah, walking on the newly exposed shore during blowout tide. Very dangerous because the winds could rapidly change and the tide come rushing back in. Yeah, but there were several agencies in Tampa sharing images of the blowout tide around the bay yesterday. And the National Weather Service was warning people, do not walk to any location with the receding water. The opposite, of course, of blowout tide is coastal flooding, direct onshore winds, which we saw down toward Naples. Storm surge, what'd they end up, 6-8 foot above with the storm surge? Let's see, a model called SLOSH, Sea, Lake, and Overland Surges from Hurricanes. Yep, they use that to predict how high the surge will be. Looking at the hurricane's track, the intensity, the size, as well as the depths of the water. Storm surges, deadly. during Hurricane Katrina. At least 1,500 people died, and many of those were as a result of the storm surge, either directly or indirectly. Now, as Ian came ashore with 155-mile-an-hour winds, I mean, this thing was just shy of Category 5. Had it gone just 2 miles an hour, winds of 157 or higher, it would have been Cat 5. So the National Hurricane Center warned Ian will cause a catastrophic storm surge, and indeed it did. I can't help but wonder if, again, here in a few hours when the sun comes up, because many people, hundreds of calls, people frantic in their attics. I mean, I saw some video, people actually, can you imagine being on your roof trying to hold on from drowning, and winds gusting to 75, 90 miles per hour? How did you? Can't help but think there's people that probably may not have survived. And that we will be learning in the coming days. All right, well, final tidbit this Thursday morning. Yeah, earlier this week, it was a big day for NASA for the first time in history. A spacecraft from Earth crashing into an asteroid. A test. Would it be possible to save our planet from extinction? The DART probe slammed into that little asteroid 7 million miles away. And according to NASA, as far as we can tell, our first planetary defense test was indeed a success. The mission systems engineers at the Johns Hopkins University Applied Physics Laboratory said, I think Earthlings should sleep a bit better. Because I definitely will, he said. That's something the dinosaurs could not do 65 million years ago when a massive asteroid slammed into the Yucatan Peninsula, led to their extinction. Yeah, they didn't have a space program to help them out, but we do. So I think they actually got some of the first photographs back of the creator of the crater that was created with that impact earlier this week. So pretty interesting stuff there. But with that, we close it out here on a Thursday morning. Thanks so much for spending some time with us. Coming back at the midnight hour tonight, yes, we'll have the latest on damage and destruction from Florida, updates on where Ian might be headed next, to get a handle on all that and so much more on our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. seems you accept in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I